It's half past, so I think we can start. Well, on behalf of the organizing committee, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the workshop on planetary health education. 2 years ago, we met for the first time to share the visions and challenges faced in developing new programs on planetary health in this emerging field. Today, we get together again with renewed enthusiasm, gather experience, and growing momentum to continue exploring how to integrate planetary health approach in both new and existing master degrees programs, and to strengthen our collaboration and start new collaboration with new colleagues. The participation today here in person and with the people joining online reaffirms what we have been saying for many years, that there is a clear need and a growing interest to incorporate planetary health in education, especially in postgraduate masters. This year's program is designed to foster dialogue and exchange ideas among institutions across Europe. Through keynote presentations, roundtable discussions, and interactive sections, we will develop into education innovations, reflects on the complexities of designing and implementing planetary health curricula, and identify practical steps to strengthen planetary health education as a growing field. We hope today's workshop offers inspiration, valuable insights, and meaningful connections that will continue to advance this vital and rapid evolving field. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Universitat Oferta de Catalonia for hosting this event in collaboration with the Center for Studies on Planetary Wellbeing at Universitat Pompeu Fabra. And specifically, I want to thank Ana Guerrero, Patricia Noguera, Mar Domènech, and Ariadna Moreno for their crucial support in organizing all the logistics of this event that, as you imagine, takes some logistics to organize this kind of venues. Well, with no further ado, I want to hand over to Josep Maria Antó, who will chair the first session, and I will also invite the speakers of the first session to sit on the table. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. May I ask Pauline, Victor, and Cristina, you are the speakers in the session, so join perhaps me here for your presentations, and then you can, if you feel better seated in the chairs, then you move there. So. Big pleasure to be here. Big pleasure to be here with all you. Big thanks to Cristina, Ariana, Lela, and the work team for organizing this workshop. To me, it's very exciting to see here people that it's running similar experiences in education, in postgraduate, in planetary health in general, more particularly at the postgraduate level. I'm pretty sure that more of us probably share the same feeling that we are few and we are quite alone. And probably this is why we are here today, okay? Because this is an opportunity to share from each other and to learn from each other, and probably a very crucial opportunity in a field that it's just emerging. So to me, very exciting. I hope it will be exciting for you too, and that will be a very nice and productive day. As I say, the main goal is to learn from each other, and there is a lot to learn. This is not a field in which we have been working for the last 40 years. I mean, It's something we started a few years ago. And in a way, all of us are at some point experts and ignorance at the same time. And I think that sharing and learning from each other, it's crucial. When we decided to have this second workshop, I mean, it was 2 years after the first one. It was clear to us that the main tenets of the planetary health concept, probably the main two principles. One is that we have reached a level of deterioration of the planet that it's tremendous and to some extent irreversible, and that has huge consequences for human health. So this first principle has been, unfortunately, consolidated during the last years, and if it was clear 10 years ago, it's now crystal clear today. And the second one is that human health is part of the problem and part of the solution. It's bad prospects for global health because the crisis of the planet, but at the same time hope because there are solutions and things to do. And I think, again, this is now more clear than it was 5 or 10 years ago. So I think that this is fueling the interest for these sessions. And in particular, in this session, we will have 3 presentations. We will have Pauline Patterson. Paulina will do online, I think. And Paulina is at the London School of Hygiene. She's Associate Professor in the Department of Infectious Diseases. And it's co-director of the Master in Climate Change and Planetary Health at the London School. And we have been in contact with them since the beginning. They participated in the first workshop. And then we will have Professor Victor Mihuch. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing well the name. Sorry for that. And Victor is full professor at the Institute of Chemistry, and it's a project leader in a transdisciplinary master in planetary health. And then we have Christina O'Callaghan, that all you know, that Christina is professor of planetary health here at WOC, and together with Professor Lela Mellon, who is joining us here, and myself, it's a co-director of the Master of Public Health. Just to emphasize that, I mean, transdisciplinarity is a huge challenge. I mean, when we established this master, this was one of the areas in which we received criticisms from the Ministry of Education that was accrediting the master, and we had to recognize that for some of the criticisms we had no solutions. I mean, it's just we need time. And I think that this is probably an issue that will be recurrent in the presentations, and just another example that how much we can learn from each other. So I think at this point, without taking more time from the session, I will pass the floor to Pauline. Pauline, welcome. I think can you see from here in one of the computers, but we cannot see yet you in the screen.
I'm a robot.
Just a
Can
second.
you hear me okay?
Now here. So very welcome to this session. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear. Thank you.
Oh, I think we cannot hear you well. No, it's too low.
Should I try saying something? Can you hear me okay? Or
Just
I can shout?
try again, Pauline. Sorry.
Okay. Hi, nice to meet everyone.
Can you hear,
Can you
Pauline?
hear me okay?
Yes. Okay. So if you can talk a bit louder, it will help. Thank you.
Yes.
So
And will I be sharing my screen?
that's perfect now. So
Okay.
we can move to the seats, no?
So let me figure out how I share my screen. I think I will do this. And then, can you see my screen okay? Oh. Sorry, my dog. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Here we go, maybe. Okay, so let me make it in full. Okay, can you see it now? Okay, great. So thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. And I will be speaking about the Masters in Climate Change and Planetary Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and the abbreviation is LSHTM. So if you don't know LSHTM, it's a university in London, in England, and it's a world-leading institution specializing in public health, global health, and tropical medicine. And it's known globally for its research and high-quality masters, doctoral programs, and distance learning options. And we have a diverse community with over 4,500 students and a network of 35,000 alumni in over 190 countries. We're ranked second in the world for public health and first in the UK for public health. And here are some other kind of statistics as well about the LSHTM. And we're located, as I was saying, in London, in an area called Bloomsbury. We're near lots of iconic institutions, the British Museum, the British Library, and Senate House Library, and it's a great place to be. So if you haven't been before, then please do come and visit. Yes. It is in full mode on my screen. Let me try again. Is that better? Because I changed it now, so I see notes. But is it better? No. Okay, let me just change that. I did share my slides. I don't know if you want to try and find them, and then someone else. Just one. Let me try again. I'm sorry about that. It's a different system than I'm used to. So Microsoft Edge tab, I don't know. Do you want to go to someone else and then try and get my slides that I've shared and see if it works that way? Or should I try again? Let's try again. What is... You can't see them. Yeah, it's very strange. Yeah.
It's a good idea that we move to the next presentation, and
Yeah.
then you have time to arrange with our unit.
Okay.
And they can share your slides.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So Victor, please, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. Sorry for this a bit messy beginning, but I recognize myself in the same trouble, in the same problem frequently. I mean, and you have about 20 minutes. It's good. We have some questions after it session.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, thanks to the organizer for inviting me here to present the design of a Planetary Health master program within the Charm EU Alliance. Next slide, please. Okay. So Charm EU Alliance is one of the 64 university alliances created by the European Commission to harmonize the higher education space in Europe. The acronym, for those who are not familiar with this alliance, is Challenge-Driven, Accessible, Research-Based, Mobile European University. And on this slide, you can see that currently we have 9 members, and one of the members is Eötvös Loránd University. The acronym is ELTE. I am teaching there, and I also take part in the activities of Charm EU Alliance. The Charm EU Alliance has several objectives. For example, the creation of a European inter-university campus. It promotes mobility, support transdisciplinary and transnational cooperation. It tries to provide practice-based learning experiences. And this alliance already established a master's program, a joint master's program on global challenges for sustainability. This is also a transdisciplinary master's program like we would like to have in Planetary Health. So in the first stage, the Charm EU Alliance defined its educational principles. You can see those on this slide. For example, that the teaching should be done in a technology-enhanced way. Challenge-based learning is promoted, inclusivity. There is a lot of focus on transversal skills, on situated learning, student-centered teaching and learning, transnational and intercultural cooperation, sustainability, and as every master's in a master's program, it should be research-led and research-based. And one of the key to transdisciplinary education, in our opinion, is the challenge-based learning. So that's why the master's program on the global challenges for sustainability has been developed by students with in close cooperation with transdisciplinary stakeholders, I mean academics or expanded networks of academics and enterprises, communities. And the teaching is achieved in hybrid settings because it's going in a synchronous mode at 9 universities altogether. And how it's based on active and interactive teaching and learning, engagement with real-life problems. We are not teaching disciplines, we are teaching in this master's programs real-life problems, wicked problems. The assessment is again something novel. It means that there are no exam sessions, not exam periods, but the assessment of the student is continuous. It's called programmatic. It's every 2 weeks students submit an assignment on the challenges that they are working on. And they are working in a very interdisciplinary team. So the letter A in the acronym CHARM, it means accessible. It means that this master's program on global challenges for sustainability is accessible for every student holding a bachelor degree. And that's why when the students are working in groups on real-life problems, we are trying to pair them to have different scientific background to help each other. And a lot of focus is also on the self-study, not only on the group work in the class. And here the idea came then to expand the portfolio of the master's program of the Charm EU Alliances. And this Planetary Health Master came as an idea to be achieved together with Charm EU Alliance partners. On this slide you can see finally out of the 9 universities, 5 are considering to submit Erasmus Mundus joint master's proposal in February 2026 if we are successful, because we are in the last stage, we are in the stage of the accreditation, the international accreditation, which will be done by the Catalan accreditation agency. But as I have mentioned at the beginning, so this alliance is much bigger. At the beginning, we counted with the support of the Utrecht University and University of Bergen. So this is how we started together the work. What we would like to create, we would like to create a 4-semester joint master with a joint degree. So it's not dual or double or multiple degree program. We would like to allow again all students having a bachelor degree to join this program, and of course to offer a transdisciplinary education with a broad network of stakeholders, taking into consideration that Planetary Health can learn a lot from the indigenous practices, approaches, and that's why I would like to involve stakeholders from Asia, Africa, and South America also. ELTE is is the leader in the development of this master's program, and we secured the development, the funds for the development of this program through an Erasmus Mundus design measures project. So we are currently in this project, which is very good because we can secure the fee of the accreditation, we can hold meetings and so on. How did we start with the design of this curriculum? So we start with the so-called backwards design. So we started identifying responsibilities, tasks, what would our graduates work in this field. Then we defined program learning outcomes, broad thematic module content, and we ask feedback from possible external stakeholder that could employ our graduates, and also from former students of the Master for Global Challenges for Sustainability. And after this step, we came up with defining module learning outcomes, assessment types, teaching and mobility schemes, delivery mode, and then the virtual environment, and what we would like to use, and module design forms. So what type of graduates we would like to train? So due to the fact that we said that this planetary health, it's a very transdisciplinary field, no? And we would like to incorporate in our master's program all students holding a bachelor degree. We are thinking more to train translators at the science policy interface, to strengthen in our graduates the systems thinking, and we are now at the point we say that we would like our students or graduates to be able to analyze this complex data set of information and to communicate them rather than to conduct basic research. But of course, this is not excluded, so it is also possible. And what type of career possibilities we identify? We think that our graduates could work as project managers and to support local and global climate and environmental initiatives, designing and evaluating interventions to mitigate the health impacts of climate change, data analysts, consulting, advocacy and lobbying, policy analysis, and where could they get a job? For example, in the health services, we think in the private business sector, at NGOs, working in this field, public administration, or as I have mentioned, also in the academia. So as I have mentioned, one of the steps in developing the master's program was to define the program learning outcomes. And for that, we took as starting point the program learning objectives of the Consortium of Universities of Global Health. These are here on the slide, and we adapted them to our scope. And also, what was very good that we also could rely on the global inventory of planetary health educational programs of the Planetary Health Alliance. So what did we do? So we adapted these aforementioned program learning objectives of the Consortium of Universities for Global Health. Then we draft in our program learning outcomes in weekly meetings consisting in groups consisting consisting of our members, project members. We define ourselves as a knowledge creation team. Then we ask feedback, as I have mentioned, from external stakeholders, for alumni of the Master of Global Challenges for Sustainability of the CHARM-EU Alliance, and we did this iterative process until we came up with the final wording for the PLOs that we wanted to have in our program. And then we went back and we look at the catalog of this global inventory of planetary health educational programs, and we categorized these module learning outcomes and aims that we found there, and we refined them, and at the end we drafted our module learning outcomes. And here is what we propose now. So as I have mentioned, we would like to have 4 semesters. The first semester would be like an introduction to planetary health with 3 supporting modules. The introduction to planetary health would be an overarching one, and the others would run sequentially, the other three. In the second semester, we would like to teach our students to the Planetary Health Challenge framework and management of wicked problems. This would be, again, an overarching module, and then we would ask our students to apply this framework to human-driven environmental hazards and natural disasters, and then to ask the students to teach each other to take part in this peer-to-peer learning experience. It is also because we would like to divide our students. So in the first semester, students would be divided between ELTE and Trinity College Dublin. Then in the second semester between Åbo Academy University, this is a university in Turku, Finland, and University of Barcelona. And then we would like to have two more practical semesters, an experiential one, where the focus would be on internships, and a fourth one which would focus on the so-called capstone project. So capstone project on wicked problems in a transdisciplinary way. So student groups would work together on these wicked problems, but each student would have the responsibility to develop a dimension of the wicked problem, and then to put together all the knowledge that they found, and then to come up with a product. So from this point of view, this thesis could be a research thesis or a science show project. We would like to work on real life problems, so we would like to ask our external stakeholders to provide topics for this research project, and the supervision of this capstone projects would be joint, so an academic from one university, partner university, and another academic from another university as a second reader, and of course the external stakeholder representative would also evaluate this thesis. Of course, the idea of being an Erasmus Mundus joint master is also to promote student and staff and administrative staff mobility. For the students, we would ask them to do a compulsory mobility from phase 1 to phase 2. Here is a little bit of more broad thematic content of our modules. As I mentioned in the introduction to planetary health, we would like to focus first of all on the holistic concept of health. Our students would come with different backgrounds, so it's very important to make them understand that health goes beyond human health. Then to talk about epidemiological drivers, ecological drivers, environmental change, migration, conflict, and this is also part of the scheme. Health risk analysis framework, although we think that maybe they will not be able to conduct a health risk analysis, but to understand the data, as I mentioned, and to interpret and to communicate them. It's very important also to learn about this health risk analysis framework, climate justice and policies, adaptation and mitigation practices to limit ecological footprint. As I have mentioned, there would be 3 supporting modules. One, what are these environmental global changes and what are the effects on the health? Then what are the transformations needed for health risk mitigation? And at the end, how would these sustainable societies look like? Of course, we would like to split our students between universities, but to provide as much as on-site teaching as possible. But we will promote also the staff mobility within the Erasmus program, and that's why I would like to achieve that the teaching not to be an online one, to be also a synchronous one, in face-to-face one. That we would like to use the resources of the 5 universities to put together, and that's why it's a good opportunity to teach in a hybrid setting. And one of the key issues is that when students with different scientific background come together, how would they be able at the end to understand these complex problems? So that's why we would like to start in the first semester with a so-called differentiated preparation. So when students come in, we would like to ask them to do some diagnostics tests at the beginning of semesters. For example, students coming from the STM with STM background to do also diagnostic tests with social sciences, economics, law, to see what is their level, and vice versa. So the students coming from humanities, social sciences, economics, and law to see what is their background knowledge, perception in natural sciences. After these diagnostics tests, we would like to see, so if it's enough to do a flexible grouping of the students, okay, so mixed level group students for collaborative work, because the peer teaching is very, very important, so they accept much better than from a teacher the teaching itself, because it's something that they accept more. And also because they will learn on challenges that they can even propose. So this interactive experiential learning, I think it's also good. That's something that also will motivate the students to get to the same level. And in the second semester, I have mentioned we would like to teach about this Planetary Health Challenge Framework and Management for wicked problems that could lead to a health crisis at the global level. So we would like to focus on prevention, preparedness, early warning system, crisis response, recovery, resilience. We would like to highlight the collaboration that is needed across the sectors at global and community level, to teach them about policy and governance, education and advocacy, and public communication and awareness are all very important things. And then the students split either in Turku, in Finland, or here in Barcelona would work on case studies from a catalog of planetary health challenges to try to apply this challenge framework and management, even if it cannot have all the elements, but we give the full picture, and then they took a topic from this catalog of planetary health challenge or environmental hazards and natural disaster topics, and they would form groups, as I have mentioned, with different interdisciplinary background. They will choose the topic. The topic will be broad, so they can define their own problem space. They will start analyzing the root of the case, understand the underlying drivers, creating knowledge, and then to analyze the different dimensions, even the social economic impacts and health implications. It's something like a policy making and intervention planning. And then to implement this health crisis framework and to propose solutions. On the left-hand side of the slide, you can see some topics, what we think that that could be tackled by our students. For example, air pollution, the problem of drinking water, water scarcity, water cycle disruption, soil pollution, soil degradation, chemical spills, biodiversity loss, deforestation, climate change, natural disasters due to earth system change, and disruption of biogeochemical cycles, natural resource depletion. But of course, as the students also can propose their own challenge if they think that it doesn't fit to their interest, because the experience in these masters for global challenges for sustainability is that students are very, very creative. They can come up with very, very interesting challenges that they would like to tackle in terms of sustainability. Ideas, for example, so far, even more concrete ideas, students in Barcelona could tackle, for example, the problematic of the Mediterranean Sea, of the Mare Nostrum, not in terms of overfishing, but over the urban settlements and all the problems related to this. Students in Turku, for example, they could tackle the problematic of the Baltic Sea. So this is, if you'd like to more go into the details, but we don't want to write this down because maybe the students will have other ideas, but something like this. So in Baltic Sea, this has a governance now because it's highly eutrophicated, so it needs to be addressed. It's not working very well, the governance model that was proposed. It's mainly because of the post-communist countries that are not observing these prescriptions. But so they're very interesting things. And then students can come together and compare their knowledge, their outcomes. So more or less, this is what I thought. Thank you very much for attention, and I'm here for questions, remarks, and comments.
Thank you so much, Victor. This is really fascinating experience and certainly an experience we will have opportunities to learn a lot in the future. We have about 10 minutes for questions. I think we can manage to have questions after each presentation. And before giving the floor, just a very introductory question. Just at this point, can you make an initial balance of what has been happening so far? I mean, which is the level of satisfaction that you have with the overall functioning, how you see this in perspective?
You mean at the home institutions?
Yes.
So the home institutions with the Charm EU Alliance are very, very motivated. And very, very satisfied with this program. Also the Charm EU Alliance itself, because we would like to expand the portfolio of the masters. And every master's program is very, very expensive. So the Masters on Global Challenges for Sustainability does not have any Erasmus Mundus funding, so it's self-funded master's program. And that's why also the Charm EU Alliance supports us to apply for Erasmus Mundus joint masters in order to secure for 4 years, for 4 editions, all the costs, because this is a highly expensive masters in our opinion, because of the transdisciplinary approach. So what we are facing, so at the highest level, so the commitment is very, 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 very good. So we are supported by even at rectorial level or presidential or provost level. When Trinity College, they have provost, not rector. Yeah. What we observed at the teachers level is that people are a little bit how to say cautious, no? Yeah. So the colleagues are a little bit cautious, because how to teach in a transdisciplinary way. So this is the first thing. Also, I don't think that I'm also an expert. I can say that I'm not an expert, but I have been teaching 4 years now in the Charm EU Alliance Master of Global Challenges for Sustainability. It's challenging, but at the same time, it's very, very rewarding. So, and why it's why it's so highly costly, how to say? Because what we do, you don't teach disciplines, you teach real problems, and then you have to give to the students every dimension: the economic, the environmental, social, and so on. So what we are doing in this first Charm EU Masters program is that we are inviting colleagues, because the pool of the experts is huge. 9 universities, so it's huge, and we use the hybrid setting. So we use a hybrid classroom. We are connected through Teams, but those who can come on site, teachers are coming on site. Those from other universities that do not do the Erasmus staff mobility, they are joining online, and this is how we teach. So the problem is taught from so these different dimensions are taught by different teachers, not by one. But we have the module coordinators that, with experience after 4 years. I'm a chemist, but I'm already enlarging my view. So, and the other thing is, what I see is also that, because this is a teaching program, and the universities, the promotion is usually based on research. So what I try to do in the past 4 years is also to try to focus a little bit my research in this direction of sustainability, of this planetary health, because in this way, I think that I can also be a better teacher and also a better scientist.
Thank you so much. So we have just a few minutes for questions from all you. We have not presented each other yet, but you can, please, if you make a question, present yourself shortly. Ricardo, please, present yourself.
Introduce, yes.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ricardo from the Lisbon School of Medicine, Portugal, University of Lisbon. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's quite exciting to see your master. I'm just curious. You mentioned that there was a continuous assessment and no exam.
Yes.
And I was wondering if this contributes to to improve the acquisition of knowledge and skills. Do you agree, or?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that yes. So it's very good, this continuous assignment. We use software because the students are submitting these assignments every 2 weeks, and they are building up their own e-portfolio. And when they submit an assignment, the teacher have to provide feedback, which should be incorporated by the student in the next assignment. So the learning process is continuous. It's not like so we are almost equal, and sometimes we are teaching each other, because this is the global challenge for sustainability, and also this planetary health is something that you are not an expert. I can say so. It's years and years, I think, experience that you will, because it's so complex, the problem. So we are together in this journey. We are providing feedback, and they are incorporating it, and this is how they build up their knowledge. But they also learn a lot from the group work. They also learn a lot from field trips, so they like very much this practical approach. And this is, so the global challenges for sustainability, and this is planetary health, I think, without field trips, without talking to external stakeholders, it's impossible. It's impossible, in my opinion, but we will see other approaches.
Thank you. Christina?
Well, thanks for the presentation. Really impressive the work that you have been doing. If I understood, the master program is not yet ongoing. When do you plan to start?
In 3 weeks we have the online accreditation.
Wow.
And if we are successful, we can submit to the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters in next February, and we can start in September 2027.
Okay, so maybe the second question, you are not yet ready to respond, but I'll just in case. Regarding the background of students, do you accept anyone with a degree? Or
yes, anyone with a bachelor degree. So I have been teaching now for 4 years in the Masters of Global Challenges for Sustainability in CHARMU. I had also humanities students, communication students, so not necessarily natural science. The thing is that how to group them together, okay? And then also the challenge that they choose, and what is the outcome. So if those students, so for instance, I have students who came because they said that I'm a communication expert, but not in the sustainability, and I want to be a better communicator in this field. For example, they said, and for example, this is a concrete example. The student did the admission. I'm in the admission board of the CHARMU Masters program, and the students said that with my background in communication, in the bachelor, I would never be able to get a master in sustainability because of my previous background. It's impossible, and this is something that. So you have to set the goals. So you cannot. We don't want to train medical doctors. We don't want to train how to say, so very go deep in the field. We are much more into a horizontal teaching, but with a lot of disciplines, but not so in depth. So our idea is to have students who would mainly analyze data and communicate data between science and policy maker, because also very important, and education and awareness. So this is the process now. 30, 40 years are needed, I think, for example, to implement this renewable energy resource and so on. And we need a lot of education and raising awareness. And these students, I think, they would be ideal for this task.
It's really impressive. I think we shared this similar view here at the masters at WOC, UPF, and ISGlobal, but we had several barriers with the accreditation agencies to not accepting us to have this broad profile of students. So I'm really glad that you managed to convince them that this is what we need.
We went to the Catalan agency because they accredited the Masters of Global Change for Sustainability. So they know that there is no previous recognition, there is no exact disciplinary field, there is no regulated job market position, so they know already. I think they can also explain to the panel of experts that this is a very unique, it's a different Masters.
Thank you. We have time for last question, Eric.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Toomey. I'm from the Association of Public Health Schools in Europe. Thanks very much for the insights on that initiative. I was wondering, going into the direction that you mentioned, you will have a very broad spectrum of graduates being accepted from humanities to natural sciences that you want to blend. and you want to assess their knowledge in their respective other fields at the very start.
Yes.
How do you measure and how do you guarantee that at the very end of the masters that everyone involved will have a certain basic skill set and knowledge set that you can really guarantee to a potential employer?
Mm-hmm. So it's a good question. So because we are not there, so yet we are starting now to think about this differential preparation. But I think so. How to say? So we don't want to have all the students at the same level at the end in each discipline, but to have a qualitative jump from where they started and where they reached, because they will work always in. Say they cannot work alone. So they will always work in team to solve wicked problems. So I can give them my expertise. I am better in social science, understand the social dimension. I am better in the environmental science. I am better in communication. So I think that they will always work in team. And that's why I think that it's impossible, I think, to have a student with a STEM level and from a STEM, how to say, background to have the social science economic level that an economic one has. But I think they have to work in team and then to how to say, to harmonize the work and to level up themselves.
Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you so much. We stop here and we cross the fingers for your evaluation with Erasmus. We hope you will succeed. And we will have more time at the end. Now we can now try to recover Pauline. Yes? Are you ready, Paulina?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Hopefully I'll be able to share the slides from there.
Everyone eager to hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Perfect. Those are the slides. Great. Thank you so much. So as I was mentioning, so my name's Pauline Patterson. I'm an associate professor and I'm co-program director of the MSc in Climate Change and Planetary Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and the abbreviation for that is LSHTM. Next slide, please. So a bit about LSHTM. We're part of the University of London, and it's a world-leading institution specialising in public health, global health and tropical medicine. And we're known globally for our research as well as our high quality programs, our master's programs, doctoral and distance learning. And we have over 4,500 students across over 190 countries. Next slide, please. LSHTM is ranked second in the world for public health and first in the world in the UK. And there are some other figures here. Next slide. As you can see, this is our building in London. We're based in Bloomsbury, which is an area of London which is really lovely with lots of universities and libraries, and it's got the famous British Library and the British Museum as well. So we would love you to come visit when you get a chance if you haven't already. Next slide, please. So our Masters in Climate Change and Planetary Health, we're in our second year, and the first year we were fully on campus with students, and the second year we've also included online students. So it's set up as 2 master's programs, but the students learn together. I'm preaching to the converted to say we're in a climate emergency. 2024 was the hottest year on record in terms of global average near surface temperature and global ocean heat content. And we've had an alarming escalation of over 150 climate disasters. This has impacted on health in terms of injuries, fatalities, mental health impacts from extreme weather events, heat-related illness and death, asthma and cardiovascular disease, from air pollution, changes in vector-borne diseases, forced migration, civil conflicts, with the global south being more impacted than the global north. So we really are, this is so great that this workshop is happening, and I'm really happy to be part of this, but we really do need to drastically reduce our carbon emissions. It feels like everyone's in a bit of denial, aren't they? that they need to act. We really need to act quickly, and we need to act now. And we need systematic reorganization of society on a huge scale with an increasingly narrow time frame. So we need to more leaders in planetary health. So next slide, please. So our MSc is designed to train a new generation of interdisciplinary experts. We really do need people that are able to do multiple things and be able to work together within different disciplines. Our MSc teaches students to apply knowledge of the complex systems with the environment and human health together, how issues of climate change and planetary health will affect diverse populations around the world, and how to address these challenges posed. Next slide, please. This is our MSc teaching team. This is the core team. We have specialists in air pollution, heat, drought, infectious diseases, sustainable food systems. We have planetary health leaders, including Professor Sir Andy Haynes, who chaired the first Rockefeller Foundation, the Lancet Commission on Planetary Health. And then if you go to the next slide, it's not just the teaching team that students see, but there's also so many key staff across LSHTM that are vital to it. The admissions team, the scholarships team, the philanthropy team that brings in future scholarships, alumni, finance, there's quality, there's a lot of people involved. So thank you to all of them. And then the next slide, LSHTM hosts a Centre on Climate Change and Planetary Health, as well as a WHO collaborating Centre on Climate Change, Health and Sustainable Development, providing expertise and evidence on climate change and health issues globally to strengthen country resources and support national health development. So we have more than 60 experts at LSHTM working on various topics with planetary health scope. And many of them share their research as part of the MSc, and there's also plenty of opportunities for students to do their research projects with them. And on the next slide, we also have something called a Planetary Health Network, and this is more for younger researchers, early career researchers, and MSc students, research degree students. And there's lots of activities. So there's film screenings with directors, pub quizzes, clothes swap. A member of Parliament came and spoke with us. There's all sorts of activities that happen throughout the year. And on the next slide, you'll see, so because we're a fairly new MSc, so in our 2023-24 cohort, we had 11 students from 4 countries. And in this latest cohort, we've expanded to 38 students, including 10 online, and we're across 15 countries, and our plan is to expand that. But we seem to be on target to get about the same number of students, but we're really kind of focusing on scholarships and increasing access and having this online component with the first MSc at LSHTM to have an online synchronous option. So it's called online intensive, and it is quite intensive, but sometimes students don't quite understand why, because it's different to distance learning, DL, which students can do in their own time. It's not synchronous, it's not in real time, whereas our online students are there attending the lectures at the same time as our on-campus students, a bit like I am here today. So if you go to the next slide. Thank you. So this course is really suitable for a wide range of academics, professionals, anyone interested in helping us solve this issue that we have and finding solutions. So what we do ask for is a second-class honours degree, so a bachelor's or equivalent, and also some evidence of maths, because we do quite a lot of maths as well, so we want to make sure that. And also for non-English speakers, there's also an English standard that's needed, because there's a lot, our course material is in English. And next slide. So at LSHTM, the structure is everyone, so it's either 1 year or 2 years for part-time students. And the master's program starts in September. We have a welcome week with a lot of events across the university with other students as well. we go to Kew Gardens, which is a lovely National Trust park, and we go there with different other master's students as well. And there's a lot of kind of helping students understand the key study skills and academic expectations. We then have our autumn term for some core and elective modules. And then after the Christmas break, there's the spring term. And after the Easter break is the summer term, which is for the projects. And if you go to the next slide. So our master's structure is there are some compulsory modules that include epidemiology, statistics for public health and policy, environmental health, sustainable development, and environmental epidemiology. And we created these new modules that I'll talk about a little bit. So the fundamentals of climate change and planetary health. This explores the interactions of the environment, the health impact of climate change, human health, and sustainable transitions. The methods in climate change and planetary health is a bit more focused on quantitative methods, modeling, data analysis, but also the interactions of environmental, socioeconomic, and health impacts. And our module, actually, we're changing the name to Planetary Health in Research Practice. And this, students learn from practical experience of research approaches and frameworks that can be applied in real-world settings to support evidence generation. And then there's this research project that's the last term and examples. So students either go on to do some systematic reviews around planetary health. So, for example, reviewing evidence on population health and air quality of shared bike schemes in urban areas, or they might analyze some data that's already available, such as modeling the impact of tree planting and increased shade on heat-related burden of disease. Or they might conduct some interviews or focus groups with key stakeholders around an issue around planetary health. Next slide, please. So so in Welcome Week, we also did a trip to the Welcome Collection. There's an amazing section on being human. Do go visit this when you're next in London. It's a great exhibition and it's free. And it's near the British Library as well. And there's this sculpture that's amazing, this refugee astronaut by Yinka Shonibert, which shows, that someone's had to leave Earth, as a refugee quickly because there's, with everything happening, and what are they bringing with them and so on. We also, as part of our MSc, we have these lived experience sessions. In our first year, we partnered up with ISGlobal, the Barcelona Institute for Global Health, and this year we didn't get an opportunity to, and we've expanded as well with our student cohort, but we are linking up and we're trying to do a journal club as well. So that's been really great. And this, in terms of lived experience, we get students to present their kind of experiences of what they've experienced in terms of climate change impacts and health impacts in their own countries, or also in the research or work that they've done, and their reasons and motivations for the masters. And it's been really great. And one of the key things of studying at LSHM is really learning from each other. The students really learn from each other, so that's been great. And then also with our online cohort, and I'd be really interested to hear how others are doing with this, we're trying to do more interactive things online. So there's a platform called GatherTown, where we've got a little space where people can network and meet in the bar or have coffee, and we go karting on races and so on. It's a way to kind of be a bit more sociable and kind of you can walk around and then speak to people that are close to you, or you can sit at a table and only speak to the people at the table. So it's quite a nice way to make it a little bit more like being in real life and face to face. And next slide. Only one more slide after this. So we're really keen on reducing barriers, and we're aware that the costs are high of studying in London. That's why we added the online program and trying to make things more flexible, so with part-time studying, but also these scholarships. So we have had different scholarships available to help students be able to access the program. And next slide. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I've learned so much already, and I'm really looking forward to the other presentations and to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pauline. I'm glad that finally we could have the session so well presented and interesting. And we have now time for some questions. And I, I want to begin. I understood that you already finished the first cohort of students.
Yes.
Can you give us which is the just the feeling of the students, which is the feedback, and what you have learned with this first generation?
Yes, thank you. So I guess we were quite a small cohort, but that gave us an opportunity to learn and improve. And so with the 11 students, actually half of them ended up being part-time. So we've only had about a handful of students that have graduated. And yeah, and we, especially with our new modules, we've been learning about those as well and improving and making sure that there has been less overlap, or that the lecture's given at the right time if this other module at the same time has got a similar topic or so on. So we're getting better at that. But generally, I mean, students are really happy to be there and to have the opportunity, and are very excited that this Masters is there. I really feel like the difference has been adding the online component, because giving these 10 students across the globe the opportunity to study this, whereas they wouldn't have been able to. So that's really great. And also, I think it's really important to have a diverse student body so they can learn from each other, and increasing access, because we don't want to create this and just have students from high income countries with, you know, with high salaries joining us. Because that's not what we want, and that's not how we're going to solve this issue. We want as diverse a student body as possible. We want to make things flexible, easy for people to do while working as well. Having more experienced people that can learn while they're working, they can learn their new skills and knowledge and network, and so that they can make changes quickly as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions? Ricardo, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pauline, for your wonderful presentation. Just two quick questions. I was wondering what was the rationale to designate the Master Climate Change and Planetary Health, and also I'm just curious about the dynamic of the Planetary Health network, and if you think that these networks can have a crucial role in the dynamics of the future students enrolled in this master. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the dynamic, yeah, it's a really great, it's funny because I'm fairly new to the Centre of Climate Change and Planetary Health. And so initially I was like, this is a bit strange that you have a centre and you have a planetary health network, and what's the difference and so on. And the centre is really to get this, from what I understand, is get these experts together, working together, collaborating. We have research meetings as well where we share knowledge and really collaborate and find new opportunities and grant applications and projects and so on. Whereas the Planetary Health Network is really for early career researchers, and the students get really involved. And there are other MSCs as well. There's an MSc in Public Health with an environmental health stream, so quite a few students get involved, and they organise the activities, and it gives them a chance to really kind of, make a difference at the school and share knowledge and create activities that other people can join as well. And they've had some things like this term activities students aren't really attending because they're busy on their research projects, and so we're trying to make them maybe a bit more, like we're going to try and do one that's online to help with the online students as well. In terms of your question earlier, so I was thinking it'll be interesting to see these different masters and what the different focuses are. And at the LSHTM, our focus really is on public health and global health, and that interlink between climate change and health and planetary health. So occasionally we do get the odd student who's a little bit like, oh, you're not doing enough on climate change and the science of climate change. So, but I think, and I did think, should we change our name? But it really is climate change and planetary health. So we couldn't just be called MSc Planetary Health. I'd be interested to see how others have come up with their names and how they feel. And it's difficult, isn't it? Because we did change our advertising to be a bit more, our webpage was a bit more exciting, but then I wonder if it confused students, whereas before we kind of explained clearly on our webpage climate change and planetary health, and it's all about the health impact of climate change, whereas now it's a bit more cool and exciting, where the people come in and then they're like, oh, but you're not doing that much climate change science. But we do some climate change science, but that really isn't our thing. And so, yeah, it's about, it's so great that we're all speaking together, because then the students can go and study the masters that's best for them. And we need these different masters that are slightly different, with different skill sets and different skills and expertise and so on. So because we need a range of skills, don't we? We need a range of expertise moving forwards.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So if no more questions, we move to the next. Sorry, Victor, please.
Sorry, just for curiosity, thank you very much also for the nice presentation. Congratulations. What is the scientific background, the bachelor background of your incoming students? You were 4 and now 38. Just for curiosity. Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We're still like small numbers, so it's difficult to say a certain percentage, but maybe, we get a handful of doctors. We get intercalating students. So intercalating students are students that are studying medical degrees that would do it as part of a 1-year option. But then there's the issue of the timing, because some of them have to start their rotations in July, and so they have to shorten their projects or get going really fast on their research projects. Quite a few doctors, a few, 2 or 3 that have just come straight from university, but quite a lot that have kind of come from working maybe at ministries of health or working in NGOs and non-governmental organizations, or working in other areas and then interested. Actually, we've had our cohort is from the age of like 22 to 62. So we have all sorts of people that are interested, which is great. It's great to be really inclusive. And I think it's a real asset to the students to have people there who have work experience already, who can share their knowledge of research projects in the field.
Great, thank you so much. We stop here and we now give the floor to Cristina, that will present the Master at Work. Thank you, Cristina.
Well, thank you very much, Josep Maria, for the introduction. Okay, it's my turn now to present the Masters at WOC, UPF, and ISGlobal. And I will focus my presentation of reviewing a bit the first 4 years that we have been running this program. As I said, I will give an overview of the program. I'll try to pass this part quite quickly, because some of the people who are sitting here today and online were already in the meeting 2 years ago, so I don't want to over-repeat what we already explained there. Then I will overview the results of our first cohort. I'm very happy to see that there are some of our students sitting in the room today. This is very, very nice. And then comment on the challenges that we faced so far and how we have been trying to overcome them. And to finalize, talking about the next steps, which, as I said at the beginning of the introduction, is to see how we can work together to foster planetary health education in Europe. Okay, we set up this master in 2021. That was our first edition, and we are 3 institutions involved in the development of the program and the delivering of the program. The Open University of Catalonia is a leading university in online and asynchronous learning. Then we had UPF, Universitat Pompeu Fabra, and specifically the Center on Planetary Wellbeing, who initiated these activities in 2018. And then we have ISGlobal, which is a leading institution in global health and environmental health, research and translation. So the three institutions we merged together in 2020 to start working on the development on this program. And currently in the direction committee, we are Lela Melon, Josep Maria, and myself. The coordinating university is the Open University of Catalonia, WOC, meaning specifically that we are running the master following the methodology developed by WOC. So basically asynchronous learning and teaching, learning by doing. The general objectives of the master, as we have been, it's very similar to seen in previous presentations by Victor and Pauline, is to train students to be able to analyze the main challenges of the Anthropocene, to evaluate its possible impacts on human health, and specifically, and we want to strengthen that part a lot in the masters, is to train students that are able to analyze, design, and implement solutions to respond to the challenges of the Anthropocene or to the challenges that we face from planetary health. This is an official master. I don't know if it works the same in the universities. Here, according to the Catalan academic system, being an official master means that you have access to a PhD program. So the master's is quite designed to pursue an academic career after having this master. It's a 60 ECTs. So in theory, the master can be done in 1 year, but I will explain later that given the characteristics of the students that we have at WOC, this is very rarely the case. These 60 credits are divided in 50 credits of modules, followed by 10 credits devoted to the final master project. So far, the master is offered in Catalan and Spanish. As I said, we started in 2021, so we are finalizing the fourth cohort of students. We already talked about the entry criteria. We tried to make it broad, but given the restriction of the accreditation committee, the evaluation agencies, we had to broaden, so we could not have a broader spectrum as we wanted, although we are quite proud of what we managed, specifically with the latest modification that I will explain later on. This is the structure of our masters. The master is organized in 3 thematic blocks. So the first blocks that we call concepts and methods includes 3 modules. The first one on planetary health, the response of challenges to the Anthropocene, where we set the basics for the masters. Basically, what is the Anthropocene? What are the planetary boundaries? Why did we reach the point where we need to have a master's on planetary health? So basically having all this background information that the students need to be able to proceed with the masters. Then we had the second module on interdisciplinary approaches to planetary health. The aim of that module is to ensure that, has been previously said, that the students coming from different disciplines get to know how to communicate between them, get to know the importance of working transdisciplinarity, and get the basics on analyzing complex data and get the framework for working in system thinking. The third module of this first block, it's global and multi-level governance in planetary health, where they analyze different stakeholders and the dynamics that are important to understand the governance in this key field. The second block of the masters, it's what we call challenges in planetary health. It's composed by 6 modules, each of them addressing what we have defined, we and internationally has been defined as some of the main challenges faced for planetary health. So basically, sustainable food system and healthy diets, land use change, biodiversity, loss and human health, water resources and planetary health, global pollution and health, urbanization and healthy sustainable cities, climate change and health. And basically for all these 6 modules, we follow a similar structure. So we start by defining the problem, identifying potential solutions to this problem, and then analyzing which are the challenges for implementing those solutions. No? And we finalized the master with a third block that we called application of knowledge, where basically students put into practice what they have learned in the previous two modules. The first module of this block, it's integrative solutions and transformative change, where students, as I said, put in practice what they have learned. We ask students to first analyze more in depth why the solutions that do already exist, why they are not implemented, why we don't see the change when many of the times we have theoretical solutions. And then we ask them to go really into the practice and develop an advocacy plan and implement that advocacy plan. So really that they are active members of translating the knowledge. And the last two modules of this block correspond to the final project, which is divided into subjects. When getting in the first module, they develop the research protocol, and in the second one, they put the research protocol into practice. For the master final project, students can choose between a research project, systematic scoping or umbrella review, or design and implement an intervention. And all the final master projects are individually supervised by a tutor who is expert on that topic. Well, as I said, I don't want to spend much time explaining the details of the program, but if you want to have more information, we can talk later on over lunch. But there is also this paper that we published a couple of years ago, well, 3 years ago already, explaining how we developed the master and explaining some of the characteristics of our program. Okay, I want to give now an overview of the cohorts of our master. We started in October 2021 with 55 students enrolled. That March of the 2022, we opened a new call for students. But from that point, we decided to open inscriptions just once a year, and you can see the figures that we've been having. So roughly about 50 students per academic year. However, in the line on between, you have the number of graduates that we have got since the beginning of the masters. Here I need to say that although the master started in 2021, and in theory the master can be done in 1 year, students that started the masters in 2021 didn't have that opportunity because we were setting up the master as we were going. So students that started in the first cohort only could take the masters in 2 years. Having said that, the reality is that given the profile of the students at WOC, just a very, very small proportion of students, I would say something like 5% of students take the master in 1 year. Higher proportion take the masters in 2 years, and even a higher proportion take the masters in 2 years or 3 years. So that's why the number of students that enrolled so far is a lot higher than the number of the students that had graduated. In light green with a question mark, you see a 21, is the number of students that are presenting their master final projects next week, so that we hope that they will graduate by this year. So the number of graduates will hopefully be around 60 by the end of this term. I want to show you now the demographics of our students who make, to explain a bit why students at WOC take a lot longer than we would expect to complete the program. So as you see here, more than 35% of students are over 40 years of age. It's true that the number of students younger than 30 has increased in the last cohorts, but still our cohort is quite old compared to other cohorts in presential in face-to-face universities. Having people older than 40 is great in the sense that most of them come with established career, so they can share experiences between students. They can so the level that they have is quite high. It's very nice for professors to teach this high level of students, but the bad side of having this older cradle of students is that they cannot devote all the time for the master, so they take 2 or more years to complete the degree. Regarding the origin, this is the distribution. 85% of students come from Spain, and the other percentage mainly from South America. Unsurprisingly, a few of them from other parts of Europe. I say surprisingly because, as I said, the master is just offered in Catalan and Spanish, but as until very recently, we were the only option of a master in planetary health online. We had the students that applied even though they were not fluent in Spanish, but they still put the effort to take the master in our language. Okay, I think now it's time to share some of the challenges that we have faced so far, which are probably common to the ones that you are facing at your institutions. First, the first challenge we faced was to ensure multidisciplinarity approach. Well, I initially shared another challenge that we faced prior than that was convincing the accreditation agencies, so the university accreditation agencies, the importance of having a multidisciplinary master. They were quite, I don't know how to say that, like not very open-minded regarding that. They wanted us to have like, initially, honestly, they wanted like only medical students. I was like, no way, this is not possible. We are not doing a master's on planetary health for that. We were opening the scope, opening their minds, and we managed to have a quite broad entry criteria. But then the challenge that came together with after having won that battle, okay, we have like an open access for many students from different degrees. Then the challenge was how to ensure a multidisciplinarity in the program. To do that, well, also to ensure that different disciplines and backgrounds is well established in the lectures, and ensuring that we had this, as I said, a very open entry criteria. Well, to ensure the multidisciplinarity in the program, apart from having a multidisciplinary access of branch of students, we wanted to have like an open, a wide range of lecturers involved in the master. This is something we tried right from the beginning, but we've been working on that during the last 4 years since we started, and very recently we incorporated range of lecturer profiles that were initially missing. So we expanded to include disciplines among our faculty on sociology, law, and environmental engineering. I think it has improved the multidisciplinarity of our teaching team. Also, as I was saying at the beginning, we managed to have to convince the accreditation agencies that we needed an open access for many, including different disciplines, but we were not happy enough. So last year we went through a re-accreditation process to enhance to open these requirements and make the master more inclusive. So here you have the details of profiles that now can access the master. So basically we have students that can directly access the studies. So all of them, all students that come from biomedical sciences, medicine, dentistry, nursing, pharmacy. So basically degrees very much related to human health. Then we have a second group of students that can access the master with the need of having a complementary not complementary, sorry. An introductory course on public health, and those are the students coming from disciplines that you can see listed here. And then we have another way through which students can access the master, which is by proving that they have previous experience on postgraduate training or working experience on public health, global health, or planetary health. Because as I said, this was something relevant, especially for the type of students we have at work, that maybe they have not been they don't have these degrees, but they have been working for many years in disciplines very much related to planetary health, that and they can prove that they are ready to follow these masters. And I think we did quite well. This is the disciplines of the degrees of origin of our students. 32% of them come from medicine or nursing, so a huge chunk of students come from the medical sciences. But as you can see in the image, we have a nice variety of other degrees. The one highlighted in green, so this 15%, it's others, meaning disciplines that are too small to have so less. I think it's less than 1% in the total amount of students that we have, but that they are not listed in this list. So, as you can see, a wide, nice diversity of profiles in the masters. One of the other important challenges that we face, it's want to have this multidisciplinarity achieved. How do we balance between having a multidisciplinary group of students and at the same time keep the high level of education that is expected from an official master degree? Initially, we proposed to have a compulsory course on public health for students that did not come from medical sciences, and also provide students with additional content to be able to follow those topics that were not that they were new. For instance, when we had the module on food systems, we had people coming from nutrition that maybe the level was a bit too low for them, but then we had people coming from political science that were completely lost even with the basics of the course. So for those students, we always provide additional material that help them to level up and be able to acquire the competences expected for that course. So with these strategies, I think we've managed to sustain the advanced academic level, but this has still caused some dropouts. And this could be seen in the slide where I showed the number of people that had enrolled, which is more than 200 students, and the number of people that had graduated, that it's about 60. One explanation for that, as I said, is that the students take longer, so there is a delay in graduates, but the reality is that there is some people that we have missed. And when we try to contact them, the response is that, no, we really enjoyed the master. We loved it, but it was the academic level was something I could not, I did not expect, and I could not achieve. So after analyzing this situation, we realized that there is a high demand for training on planetary health. Also seen in that experience, people that enroll in the master with great enthusiasm, but they don't want to pursue an academic career on planetary health, so they just drop. They are interested in the topic, but they cannot follow the academic level that it's expected from a master's degree oriented to conduct to get into research or to get a profession on planetary health. And also because of the number of students that approach us saying that they want to conduct the masters on planetary health, but we cannot accept for the entry requirements that we have. So at the end, we end up thinking that this is a problem that we need to solve, that there is a great need for education on planetary health at other academic levels, like short courses, professional courses. So it's important that we keep on putting efforts at the postgraduate and master level, but also that we widen the scope. And just to finish, before Josep Maria kicks me out of the table, we are working in this step, so to offer postgraduate courses for students who do not meet the entry criteria or do not look for an official master degree, so primary school teachers, mass media professionals, and so on. Just to cite a few of the profiles that frequently contact us. And also we're working to offer short courses for students looking for planetary health education, but who don't necessarily want to pursue an academic career in this field. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Cristina. I cannot make you question. I just can invite Victor to join the table and Paulina virtually, please. And we can begin with questions for Cristina, and then we open again a final round of any kind of questions, please. So questions for Cristina, please. Yeah, Eric.
Yes, Christina, it's me again. Thanks again for those. Thanks for those insights. Very interesting. I've two questions essentially. I was puzzled by the rates of graduation. You said there is some explanation due to the nature of the demographics, let's say, and they take more time. Is that something usual in Catalonia or Spain, that people take longer to graduate, or is it something specific to the course of planetary health education? And the second question would be regarding the admission requirements. You first said when you wanted the course to be to get accreditation, they said it should be only medical students, but or medical doctors. But now I saw that it's mainly like the medical fields get direct entry, but other fields don't. And I was surprised a bit about that. Was that your choice? And if so, why? Or was it also asked from the board of accreditation?
Okay, regarding the first question, this is not the general role for degrees in Catalonia or Spain, but it's something quite common at the Open University of Catalonia at UOC. This is an online university with asynchronous teaching, so the profile of students, as I said, it's not only in our masters, but in general in the university, is people who tend to work at the same time as they study, and being 40 or, well, half of them being 40 or older, they also have like family commitments and many other complications. So it's normal that people take at least 2 years to complete a master degree. And in fact, this is one of the keystones of the university, like to offer high quality education to people who would not be able to follow a traditional course in which you are forced to attend face-to-face lectures at a given time, and you only have an academic year to complete the course. So WOC, it's, well, the aim of WOC is to offer quality education to through life, so to people who otherwise would not be able to achieve this academic degree. And regarding the second question, it was like a long process. So at the beginning, in early 2020, so when we started talking to the accreditation agency, they were very narrow, like saying, okay, just medicine, but it was like several rounds of discussions. So we opened up quite a lot the access to other disciplines, and to year we really we still managed to open it more. The need of having a course on public health for people who do not come from medical sciences is because our masters is quite oriented to human health. Although we want to have a transdisciplinary master, the reality is that the focus is to improve human health while improving the health of the planet. No? So we thought it was basic to have this training for those people that came from very different fields. So it was a trade-off between the need that we perceived as faculty in the master, but also highly recommended from the accreditation agencies.
Okay, so there is a difference in the approach from Victor's masters and yours. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question, if that's possible.
Yes, Paulina, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Christina. That's really impressive numbers and so on. In the UK, the numbers of students are decreasing across institutions. I think with the cost of living crisis, I think people, are focusing more on work than studies. I'm not sure really. Although with climate change and planetary health, our numbers are small, but you have an impressive numbers and cohort. I was wondering what your students are doing next, and also do you have an alumni network, or do you continue to engage with your students after? Because we have like a LinkedIn kind of group, but that's about it really. What are you doing to keep them going and motivated and linked together? Thank you.
This is a work in progress. So during these 4 years, we've been like really trying to set the programs. We haven't put much effort yet in organizing like our alumni. As I said, we have few of them in the room today, and we have a session later today in which some of our alumni will present their experiences after having finished their degree and how they have integrated like the market. But it's definitely something we need to keep on working now that we get a higher number of graduates. Maybe we can share experiences at some point, Pauline. That would be great.
And what are your students generally doing after the masters? I guess because you have a high number of students, yeah.
Some of them as they had like some careers already in place, so some of them were already working. I remember very clearly the first cohort of students. We have people working as counselors at WHO, at the Ministry of Health in Chile. So people with a very established career. So those students did not change their position, but they, for what they say, they incorporated the knowledge of the masters in their current positions.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we still have 10 minutes before the coffee break for just other questions or going deeper into some of the issues we have been discussing. George, please, thank you.
Hi, thank you. George Delmont here from Utrecht, the Netherlands. I just wanted to pick up on what Christina was saying about the human focus, because that seems to be a fairly consistent criticism that I see within the planetary health field and also within various educational offerings. So I just wanted to give the panel a chance to sort of talk about, is this really as big a problem as people make out? And if so, do you have any advice on how to navigate it?
It was for Christina, right? Okay. So,
I agree. It's a criticism that we always receive. I need to say, however, that when we set up the masters on planetary health between WOC, UPF, and ISGlobal, although we wanted to keep it broad, I think I made this point clear. Our area of expertise of the people involved setting up the masters was from public health, environmental epidemiology. So we saw that the way in which we could contribute the more was training people that will work in public health, but incorporating this perspective on planetary health. At the end of the day, planetary health, the way as we see it in the masters, it's to improve health of the planet and health of humans. But health of humans plays a big role on that component. So I think we have this in our mind when we set the masters, and although we try to put some weight in, obviously, in the importance of preserving the natural systems, the strength that came naturally to us was to place as an important focus on human health. I don't know if Leila or Jose Maria, you want to add something?
Victor, maybe.
Yes, thank you very much. Also, in our master, we would like to have a much broader focus. So in the knowledge creation team, they are always ongoing discussion what to prevail, human health to prevail or the animal and plant health to prevail. And there was this ongoing discussion, and I came as a third, I jumped as a third, environmental health. So the environmental preservation. So now we are stretching the boundaries from this point of view. So for example, our colleagues from human health, they say that the human health should prevail because if there is no how to say will from the humans, then we could not preserve the nature, we could not preserve the animal and plant health. But we say that this is quite an outdated approach, so we have to be very inclusive, integrative, and we have to realize that each part is very important in this picture. So.
No, just to,
Yeah,
just
oh, sorry.
yeah, before Pauline, please. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting. I've had the dilemma in my career: shall I focus on humans or shall I focus on the environment? And I think, yeah, I guess in terms of framing messages, framing climate change as a health problem really does create more action we're seeing and makes people value the climate action more heavily. But one thing we also focus on is nature-based solutions. And yeah, if you don't have a healthy planet, you don't have healthy humans. There's a very close interaction, isn't there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, just let me comment on regarding to this issue, because we had, I think it has been a nice experience to some extent in Pompeu Fabra University. At some point, the leadership of the university, so the rector and the rectoral team, were very excited with the idea of the planetary health, and they saw just an opportunity to provide an inspiring narrative and vision to the university. And then we came to develop an initiative that was called Planetary Wellbeing. The origin of this concept was basically the concept of planetary health, but the rector was I think was visionary in saying, well, if instead of health with the same framework you say well-being, then everyone in the university sees a role here. I mean, it's not only for health. And then what we did was to create an interdisciplinary panel, was just faculty from all departments, to create a framework, and we wrote a paper. It was extremely complex because to provide a definition and a framework of planetary well-being that it's consistent across disciplines is tremendously challenging. There is a huge challenges of epistemologies. I mean, we came to realize that in science, the concept of nature is a concept that has been just keeping aside. There is no scientific consensus to define what nature means. I mean, but it was very interesting. Well, one of the products is that Ariana Moreno is here. Well, Ariana is not the product, sorry. Ariana, one of the people that has made possible the product that I want to mention. The product is a MOOC. We have made a MOOC for all the students in the university on planetary well-being, which I mean, so I think this debate of what is so health-centered or not, it can be seen as a continuum, probably. And probably planetary health can provide inspiration for approaches that are perhaps not focused on human health. I mean, obviously, when I say planetary health, I mean One Health is more or less the same. Okay.
May I complement? So, for example, we can keep this message on the human health, because if you want to make a change, you can convince the people if you are focusing on the human health outcomes. Until you say that if you do this, or if you pollute the environment, if you eat a lot of meat or whatever, so you will get sick, you will see that immediately they would be interested in planetary health. So you have to, so it's a trick, no? Because people are selfish, no? So otherwise we could continue with these plastic bottles and with these unsustainable practices and so on. That's my opinion.
So,
sorry to those attending online, because don't see you here and then you forgot. But we are very glad that you are joining us online. Please.
So there is a comment from Orlak Nick, and she's saying, would love to see more cross-collaboration between master programs to foster connection. According to a survey I carried out, 48% of students often feel isolated in online studies. 32% do not feel part of the broader planetary health community. This survey was carried out between WOC and LHSTM master students. But I absolutely love the content and demands of the course. It's very engaging.
Thank you, Orlak. Just to add that Orlak is one of the campus ambassadors of Planetary Health Alliance, a master's student from the WOC, UPF and ISGlobal masters, and she's been leading this initiative of having a joint journal club between students at WOC and students at LSHTM. So thank you, Orlak, for bringing this up and for the efforts in fostering this collaboration between masters, which I agree it's like super needed.
No more questions?
Shall I add something? I think thank you so much for that comment, and it's really interesting, isn't it? And because it can be quite lonely and quite difficult to get motivated when if, for example, with distance learning programs, but for example, for our masters in public health, we have 1,000 students a year doing, or at one time doing the distance learning program. So I think we need a combination of different options for different students that work well for them. So students that are working across the globe in public health find that kind of format good, because they wouldn't find the time to join. So our online program is between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. UK time, and that's something that we're trying to make sure we communicate well and that prospective students have understood, because we did get one student that joined from Costa Rica, and then it was like, how's that going to work? But we do have one student from Australia who is working full-time during the day, and at night she's doing our course. I don't know how she keeps motivated and keeps going, but I think we have more technology with the COVID, with pandemic, in terms of more ways of interacting and being online, but we need more ways of socializing and networking, and it definitely needs, there's definitely a gap in the market for more tools to help students engage and feel part of a cohort while they're still online as well. And I think maybe that's something we can learn from each other today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paulina. So we now stop here because it's time, I think. So thank you so much to the three speakers. I think that we have had very nice presentations, 3 different masters with different approaches in different contexts, I mean, which makes very rich the information. There is a lot to learn from each other because we are doing very different things. I think this is excellent, and I think that you all together have raised very relevant issues about curriculum design, innovation in education, how to approach transdisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, and probably how to better understand the needs of the students and how to support them to make the master a successful experience in their careers. So I think that this has been an excellent way of opening this workshop. Thank you so much to all you.
Thank you, Pauline. We'll stop the connection now. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so after the coffee break, I guess everybody feels energized again, ready for the second session. So this second session of the workshop is about teaching experiences in planetary health education, but we will be hearing not about full master programs, but more, we will hear about some more smaller programs. And we have quite a lot of speakers, so if that's okay for everybody, I will follow what we did in the first session, and I will just ask each of the speakers to come to the presentation, and then you can leave if you want. And then after all the presentations, we can have all the questions from here, from the room, and also online. So our speakers are Martin Grion, George Donworth, Eric Tuomi, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Mireia Llimós, unfortunately, is ill, so she will not be able to present. But we will have Ariadna Moreno as well, Cecilia Rodriguez online, I believe, and Ricardo Santos. I did not introduce myself. I'm Margarita Triguero Mas. I'm a professor here in the Master of Planetary Health at WOC together with Christina. So I can leave the floor to Martin Graham. That's okay? Whatever. Do you want to be standing? It's also okay. Can introduce you, maybe? Sorry. Martin Graham is a professor of human geography in the Department of Cultural Sciences at the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the Linnaeus University of Sweden. Correct?
That was very correct.
Super.
Some experiences in I have now opened the mic. Just some teaching experiences, so you know my background. Moving to, I decided to pick on two areas where I have experienced challenges in education and with students. And they are obviously interrelated. And another way of formulating that is to say that they are about the planetary in planetary health. And I've come to experience that most of the students, and there's a variety of backgrounds, I'm not going into details or anything like that, but my experience is that the majority of students have been socialized into taking the earth for granted as a sort of passive background. And that's a challenge. And it's not only a challenge for planetary health, as I see it, it's a challenge for the modern university, because the modern university has been founded on and developed for an earth which simply no longer exists. The earth itself is mutating, changing. So how to introduce that and to give flesh to that and help students to conceptualize the earth in another way than just an earth surface where you find stuff. And you find stuff that is nature, environment, culture, society. That's the big modern categories that fits very well with an earth surface. It's an earth surface logic, as I often claim. I think I'm beginning to learn how to operate this thing. So how to conceptualize, it's not only that the earth now needs to be understood, obviously, as an agency in planetary health, but it's also that you need to conceptualize the earth in another way. And there are two dominant sort of new earth beings, earth system and the geobiosphere, or biosphere for short. So the earth then becomes a very different being, and that's a challenge. challenge for me also I'm a geographer, so I should know, but I'm a human geographer, and we have left the sort of physicality of the Earth to the physical geographers. So when we think about the planet in planetary health, it's not only that it becomes the planet, because it also becomes a question, which planet are we talking about? Is it the Earth system, or is it the geobiosphere, or something else? Gaia, perhaps, or the critical zone. So there are many variants of new Earth beings, so to speak. And that also introduces scale, and scale is scala. So scala is translation. So we now have introduced a new translation function. So what we do on the Earth needs to be translated to what is happening with the planet. And that's difficult because we don't see the planet. That's not we can't fly to the center of the Earth system and tweak the levels of carbon dioxide or something like that. So the planetary health thing, the slogan or whatever it should be called, you can't see that, can you? Say you know that by heart or in memory. Safeguarding both human health and the natural systems. So it's nothing wrong with the natural systems, but it's also something strange that the planetary itself is not forwarded. And it's all about the relationships now between humans and the planet, not only for planetary health, if that makes sense. I've also experienced with students there's a conflation, a confusion around two concepts or two scales, the global and the planetary. So the planetary competes or is overtaken at times with by the planetary and vice versa. And sometimes you can read papers, and on one side they refer to global warming, for example, which is a very physical estimate. And then on the other side, you refer to planetary and the planet. So it's a confusion. And I often emphasize the distinction, and I take that from the historian Dipesh Chakrabarty. So we live on the cusp between the planetary and the global. And the global in that understanding would be the social kind of stuff, globalization and what else we are doing as humans. And the planetary would be the geobiophysical stuff. And it's reflected in the great acceleration graph. It doesn't really fit all the time, but that's another issue for discussion, debate. Another experience is that students come and they have a too taken for granted, unproblematized understanding of sustainable development. They think that sustainable development is good by default. Sustainable development is modernization theory, basically. It's built on a reformistic agenda that you can take step by step incrementally and thereby create a better future. And it is at odds with the understanding of the planet and planetary changes now. One could argue, to put out the argument, that sustainable development is obsolete. It's an existential threat to humanity rather than a solution. And you can also argue that development is a problematic word concept in itself, but now questions are more about habitability. Can we survive on this planet, and how? So habitability on the actual planet that we actually live on, geobiophysically. There was no such planet in Agenda 2030, for example, and not in the agenda of sustainable development. The biosphere was a bit included in the Brundtland report. So how to pursue then education and whatever you do when linear change is no longer an option. And how do you do that? How do you teach that when you have in front of you, you have students that are 20 years old? And they should be in an age where the future was shiny and rosy and in front of them. And now the situation is quite different. It is extremely telling to me that the Sustainable Development Report, the last one, the Midway report, halfway to 2030, well, how we doing? Well, with less than 10% of the 400-ish targets, I think. But it's very, very telling. You look at the subtitle of the report. It should be towards a more sustainable future or something like that, right? In terms of sustainable development. That would be great, and if that were the case, I could vote for sustainable development. But note that the subtitle is something completely different to me. Towards a rescue plan for people and planet. I think I have a final one, because now you are. I'm over budget now, 10 minutes or?
You have 1 minute and a half.
1 minute? Oh, you're that precise. So the final, given that, then if you're what I call a planetary climate and ecological breakdown, it's a civilization crisis. This modern civilization will not last until the next century. On the trajectory that we are on now, if something doesn't drastically change, and politics, for example, is not our friend today. So lots of data and all the rest of it, but I think that the only logical, reasonable conclusion would be that planetary health must include and develop much more what I call climate and ecological health activism, or whatever you would call it. There are different words for that, but so it's also from experience by teaching. And students say, well, we know what the problem is, but what should we do? So that kind of aligns with that as well. And we had your countdown now. It's what I was a part of a small group at the university, and we developed climate emergency studies. And when that was circulated, that proposal, people said, well, university is a university, and we don't teach activism. All right? Call it something else then. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. 10 minutes and a half, so amazing.
10 minutes and a half?
Yes, I'm very impressed. Okay, so next we're going to have George Donward. George is an assistant professor of the exposome and the planetary health research in the Department of Global Public Health and Bioethics at the Julius Center for Health Sciences at the University Medical Center of Utrecht, and also affiliated with the Institute for Risk Assessment Sciences at the Utrecht University. Brilliant. So, George, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Is this on? Yes. Yes. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Morning, everyone, and hi to everyone online. It's great to be here. I'm going to take this chance to share some of the educational experiences we've had over recent years in Utrecht, and also with some of our international partners. I'm going to start with a little bit of self-promotion. Utrecht University is a very privileged university in the sense that it's, in my opinion, very well suited for planetary health education. We have a wide variety of faculties which cover many of the core disciplines that would be considered central for planetary health. such as environmental sciences, veterinary sciences, human health, geosciences, justice, medical schools, and so on. And this expertise is something we're now starting to see in our growing course portfolio. We've been teaching planetary health as a field since roughly 2020, sort of early into the COVID pandemic, and we've expanded from one single elective course taught to a small group of medical students to now individual courses throughout the medical school, our Department of Life Sciences, within the new Medical Humanities course. And as well as representing individual courses, we've also now started to implement planetary health as a cross-cutting theme within other profiles, which is an advancement which has actually been doing really, really well, because it's really allowed us to lean into the solution-oriented part of planetary health, where we can go to students studying, say, environmental chemistry. We can talk to them about planetary health, and then we can directly try and explore how they can incorporate those principles into their future careers as environmental chemists. So that's been a really, really nice experience. We've found over the years that our student body has been increasingly engaging with the topic. Obviously this varies a lot by different faculties and different student groups. I still struggle a little to get through to the orthopedic surgeons, for example, but by and large, engagement with the theme is actively growing, and I'm finding that our student base is becoming more and more motivated. It was nice to hear about teaching activism or advocacy already, because this is something a lot of students are interested in learning about, and if we don't talk about it, they're probably going to try and find it out for themselves anyway. The other great thing I've found about planetary health education is that it's a great space to explore new and innovative ways of teaching. The conventional, traditional methods of teaching, lectures, exams, essays, and so forth, do work and can be effective forms of education. But we've found that we get much more engagement, much more support from students, much more enjoyment from students when we're engaged in sort of more active, novel forms of education. These are things such as workshops, challenge-based learning, community-engaged learning, and really combining these sorts of techniques and approaches with fundamental prep work so students come knowing what's going on. And one highlight of this I wanted to bring up was actually a workshop we ran just about a week and a half ago. So this is fresh off the press. And this is a workshop we were running for a course that we're operating within our graduate school. And in this course, Fru Haring, who works for the University of Geneva, she made an online module for ArcGIS, so quite a powerful geospatial analysis tool that could be approached by students with virtually no or even no experience in geospatial mapping, use of GIS software, and students could engage with this to explore real-world data and how it corresponds to, in this case, the aftermath of hurricanes Idai and Kenneth in Mozambique. And by exploring this data, they could analyze and learn about in real time alongside sort of active learning and Google searches and collaborative techniques, what the impacts of those hurricanes were, how those impacts influenced, for example, accessibility of healthcare services, roads, water levels, and so forth. And within a workshop of less than 2 hours, this group of students went from knowing virtually nothing about geospatial mapping, flooding, climate-related disasters, to being able to formulate quite detailed breakdowns of a real-world situation that had developed, as well as the major implications for human health. Another project I wanted to highlight and reflect upon is a project that I'm also working on with some of the folk here at UOC, which is the Catalonia project. Now this is an Erasmus Plus capacity building and higher education project where we're aiming to develop planetary health education with partner universities based in Indonesia and Bangladesh. And this is a project where we're really focusing in on the co-creation approach and the community-driven priorities. Oh, am I okay? Yes. Oh, sorry. And we're really leaning into this sort of this bottom-up collaborative approach, in part through our work as a consortium, where we're sharing leadership and responsibilities, not just from the north to the south, but the south to the north and the south to the south, through shared responsibilities, through shared ownerships of work packages and tasks, but also sort of new and novel co-creation approaches. One great example of this that I always love to bring out is that we employed this co-creation approach even to our project logo. You know, typically for other projects, we would go to the university's graphic department, we'd say, give us a logo, or nowadays we could also go to ChatGPT and we could say, give us a logo, and there it goes. What we did here instead was our partners based in Indonesia and Bangladesh, they created an information package for students at the universities, which they then shared with an open call for logo designs. And this was a phenomenal success. I was expecting we'd get a couple of logos from a couple of interested students, and that would be it. We ended up with 26 applications from a wide variety of students. Each logo came with like a description of why they thought it was important for planetary health and how they engaged with the topic. And we were absolutely blown away. I have a few of my personal favourites here, but then ultimately as a consortium, again reflecting that sort of collaborative approach, we all voted, everyone got a vote, and as a result we selected our student-created, co-created project logo, which I think is just a really nice way to start this project. We then continue this co-creation approach through the co-creation, the co-identification of important competencies and essentially tasks that graduates of planetary health education will be able to implement and deploy once they finish our courses in our partner universities. This was done again with fine folk from UAC at our last consortium meeting in Indonesia, with representatives from various stakeholder groups in Indonesia and Bangladesh. And with this, we identified, major themes that people were identifying with planetary health, as well as the core competencies that these various stakeholder groups wanted to see in their graduates. Each group also developed and designed their own planetary health personas, showing the range of artistic ability, and these were absolutely great. Within each ideal planetary health persona, we were able to see the specific skills and values and approaches that all of these diverse stakeholder groups wanted to see in their graduates. And then this co-creation approach, which was originally led by UOC, has now been multiplied across our partners, independent of our input. So these are just some photos from recent co-creation activities that are continuing in Indonesia and Bangladesh, and then also partnership activities going on with NGO groups and community groups within each country to help further identify the planetary health priorities, which is then driving our course development. And then all of this becomes part of our ultimate aim, our ultimate goal towards developing and disseminating planetary health education with our Asian partners. So if I wrap up with a couple of takeaways, and I apologise that the slide squished itself, but we're seeing a very, very strong interest in planetary health. I think that's very clear, right? And it's definitely growing, both in the Netherlands, Europe, and internationally. We're seeing really strong alignment between this as a topic and innovative methods of teaching, especially when we're looking at sort of active engagement of students, community engagement, and co-creation activities. And then as one final reflection that I maybe will talk about at the round table is that we're continuing to explore where planetary health fits in alongside various other topics, really sort of looking at threading the needle between where we put planetary health education in and how do we balance competition of new coursework alongside complementation of existing materials. Thank you all very much. I hope I'm on time. Perfect.
Thank you, George. Okay, so next we are going to have Eric Tuomi. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yeah, more or less.
Tuomi. Tuomi.
Yes.
Eric Tuomi. Eric is a fellow of Climate and Health at the Association of Schools of Public Health in the European region. So Eric, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bon dia, buenos dias, and good day everyone here. I'm very happy to be here, and I was even happier to see that the food provided at the venue was quite in line with the Planetary Health food recommendations. So that was pretty good. Hi everyone to the audience and online. My name is Eric Tuomi. I'm a medical doctor based currently at the Swiss Tropical and Public Health Institute. And at the same time, I am a fellow at ASFES on climate and health. And I was asked kindly from Giuseppe to present some data that we have, some experiences. I will be showing something now and then something in the next session, so you're not confused if you see me twice in front here. So just briefly, who we are, in case some of you don't know us. So on the left-hand side, you can see ASFER. So what does that stand for? That is the Association of Schools of Public Health in the European region. We are a non-profit member-financed organization based at Brussels in Belgium, doing essentially policy lobbying in Brussels with the European Commission. Our small office is only a couple of 100 meters away from the European Parliament and Commission, and so we dedicate ourselves to this purpose, to unify academics around public health in the European region to this topic and represent the interests of the public health schools towards the European Commission. And why is it called European region and not European Union? So this is in accordance to the WHO European region, which also includes Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Georgia, and other states in the very far east of Europe, and not only the EU 27 countries. And that said, I would like to briefly go into the topic of our experiences with planetary health education, which in our case is called climate and health education. We can later discuss the implications of the framework differences, but just to start off, I don't have to repeat the statement of need to this audience. This is well clear to everyone that climate change is the greatest threat to health this century, and that a lot of the major proportion of public health professionals remain unprepared in most of Europe. We as ASFERs, we see our role in the following. We represent at the moment more than 130 schools of public health across 45 plus countries in the European region, and the mission is to build competence first in the schools themselves, but also within the students, and later on within the public health professionals as well, through continuous professional development. And since 2020, similar to the start of the local public health masters, we consider ourselves one of the leading education institutions here in Europe. I think this slide is not too important for the setting here. Just to briefly mention that we at ASFER, we have created one core curriculum document with more than 270 pages around what should be in a curriculum of public health. It comprises everything in public health and also planetary health, One Health, and environmental health. So please feel free to check out that core curriculum, and maybe there's some interesting possibility of developing it further, because that was the first version, and we're always keen to implement and to integrate more curriculums and try to harmonize it, because I know there is a lot of different activities, initiatives going on in the whole world, in Europe, trying to establish planetary health curriculums, and it would be a pity if we don't join those forces and integrate them. But let me come to the main issue of these 10 minutes. Probably I have only 5 remaining, and to quickly present our flagship initiative, which is the second European course on climate change and health. So this is what we've just completed in April 8 of this year. It is essentially a cooperation with the Global Consortium of Climate and Health Education, based at Columbia University. Some of you might know it. It's an initiative brought to life by Cecilia Sorensen, and this is already the second year that we do a cooperation with them. And we did this course, which is not a whole study in itself. It's not a master's, but it's a 10-week course. And just to present it quickly, it was 10 weeks course, one session each week of 90 minutes, online. There were more than 25 different countries participating. We had, on average, more than 1,000 participants, at times even 1,500 participants, and a very high satisfaction rate of 90%. What makes it different is that we had country-specific content, so different scenarios, case studies from different European countries, Lithuania, Portugal, Germany, Moldavia, even. We had integrated policy sessions, and it was that we got accreditation from AFEA, which is the Association for Public Health Education accreditation, also based in Brussels. And our ideas for this is we want to expand it beyond public health professionals. Then we want to have country-specific pilot programs and specialized modules, maybe on heat, maybe on pollution, maybe on carbon footprint and these kind of things. Essentially, each of those 10 sessions had one focus on one topic, for example, urban health, heat, carbon footprint, litigation, justice, government, and we always invited 2 or 3 key speakers and lecturers from different organizations, WHO, IANFI, OECD. So we really had a very broad spectrum from professionals all around the world. Not a heavy focus on academia representatives, but also, obviously. And now coming to the evaluation, because we also evaluated that course, first to the participants' background, that might interest you. So you can see that a little bit more than a third comes from academia, but we also have strong representation from government, NGOs, and some coming from the private sector. Here are the countries. Obviously, this course was directed to Europe. However, you can see there's a lot of representation from Africa as well, because Africa has a strong interest, as we've seen in these courses. Spain is there on, I think, here on the 12th position. You might not see it, with 20 participants. And the leaderboard was taken by Italy and Ireland and the United Kingdom here in Europe. Then to whether people already had a training in climate and health. So this is more or less 50-50%. So these are the professions. You can clearly see most came from public health, others from medicine, environmental health, public health policies. So a strong emphasis on the health part, and only on place 8 you can see natural and physical sciences. We then evaluated pre and post confidence in different areas and domains. I will just give you some examples. These are still data to be published, and we evaluated more than 6 different domains. I'm just going to give you some insights here. So for example, community assistance, you can see the distribution of perceived competence in blue before the course, and then in orange after the course, showing a clear shift to the right, which is good. Same goes to the carbon footprint reduction. We ask people how confident they feel about knowing what this is and how it can be done before and after the course, and the same for example, vulnerability assessment of their local communities. Yeah, so this is my first contribution to this conference today. I'm happy to take any questions now or later or with a coffee, and we are always happy to look for some engagement with new schools of public health or people interested in our activities. So please feel free to approach me at any time or write me an email. And yeah, what does the time say? Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Fantastic. Thanks. So now we are going to have Arianna Moreno. Arianna is a project manager at the Center for Studies on Planetary Wellbeing at the Pompeu Fabra University here in Barcelona. And I see she's getting her slides ready. Yay.
Well, hello everyone. So yeah, as Ita mentioned, so I'm working as a project manager at the Center for Studies on Planetary Wellbeing at Pompeu Fabra University, and also as a research assistant in the Catalonia project that George just presented at here at WOC. So the Center for Studies on Planetary Wellbeing has been born through the Planetary Wellbeing initiative that Josep Maria has been mentioning at Pompeu Fabra University, with the objective as well to articulate all the activities that related to planetary wellbeing in education research at Pompeu Fabra University. So first of all, I will present a MOOC, which is this final main product that we have been working on in the center and throughout these initiatives. And we have been working with the planetary well-being concept, which is defined as the highest attainable standard of well-being for human and non-human beings and their social and natural systems, from the concept paper that Josep Maria has led, and also providing attention to the political, legal, economical, cultural, and social institutions that shape the Earth's natural systems. So we start from this concept, and we developed a MOOC, an online open MOOC as an introduction to planetary well-being. So this is a self-learning course which lasts 4 weeks. It's open to all the university community, so alumni, students, professors, anyone who wants to participate, and as well to the general public. So anyone who wants to join the MOOC can participate. Students can recognize 1 credit for participating to this course, and the language now it's actually in Catalan, but it has been translated, and the next edition will be available in English. So the MOOC is composed by 4 different modules and an introductory one. So first of all, the first module that students encounter is an introduction on the planetary scale challenges that we're facing, and then they move on to an introduction to the planetary well-being concept. Then the second module is about climate change and sustainability, to understand the impacts of climate change and environmental sustainability. And the third module is about planetary health, to change the way we think about human health and incorporate the sustainability of the planet in the concept of human health. And last, the fourth module is related to the global sustainable and healthy cities, which explains the relationship between food production, model shape, growth of cities, and planetary well-being. Each of these modules is led and developed by different professors at the university, and it's composed by an interdisciplinary team of professors, so it's 6 different professors from the life science department, from economy and business, humanity, law, and political sciences, which represents as well a little bit the nature of the concept itself. So the course is developed through the Moodle platform, so it's the same platform the students have when they are taking any of their subjects, so they are very familiar with the platform, so it's integrating the same system in the university. So when they start the MOOC, what they encounter is first of all the objectives, the learning objectives, and then for each of the subtopics that they are working on, the structure that we have developed is like first they find a video presentation. So here different professors, experts from inside or outside the university will be explaining different concepts. Then they will do a self-evaluation questionnaire based on this initial introduction information. Then they will do an activity which they will reflect upon different questions that they have been presented, and then they will find a list of relevant resources if they want to expand their knowledge or if they want to just be curious about learning more about the different concepts. Then each module has a glossary of concepts, so that's right at the beginning of each module. They have like an interactive glossary, so we present different concepts that are relevant for them to know just before starting to learn each of the modules. And then as a final activity, since this is a self-learning course and each of them will take their own pace, but at the end we have an evaluation activity, and this is a final video presentation, and they will choose any challenge that they have been like seeing throughout the course, and then they will present like, they will give us a background on the challenge, they will propose solutions, they will describe which are the actors involved. So 5 minutes final presentations for them to see how have they integrated all this planetary well-being knowledge that they have gained throughout the course. And this is a few of the examples of final presentations that they have presented. They are all in Catalan, but I will translate. So one of them, for example, is strategy for nautic sustainability in Catalonia. Another one is transforming cities for a healthy future, the impact of the film industry into the environment, or like pollution of the beaches in Castelldefels, which is a city nearby Barcelona. And to give you a few numbers, so now it's the second edition that we're doing the MOOC. We had a previous one as a pilot test with some very motivated students that wanted to participate. But now it's the second edition, and 32 people have participated. And then you can see the profiles of students that have been involved. Most of them are from the medicine degree. But we have also, like, it's very diverse, so from human biology, law, business. We have also, as it's been open for people from outside the university, there are also, like, for example, a person from a school family member association. So we still have to do more dissemination outside the university. For now, like, most of them are students from the university, and also from the UPF senior program, which is a program for people who want to study over 60. So we are trying to disseminate it further and more. That now it will be in English, so it will be available for more people. And yeah, that's all about what I wanted to share.
Fantastic, Ariadna, thank you. So now we are going to have Cecilia Rodriguez, that I believe is online. Yes.
Good morning.
We can hear you. Do you want to try to share your... you have the slides here, okay. Cecilia is the vice-rector at the University of Lisbon and the coordinator of the doctoral program in Planetary Health at the University of Lisbon in Portugal. So Cecilia, whenever you want, and are you going to pass? Okay. If you say next slide, Ariadna will pass the slides for you.
Yes, I will. So can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you so much. So first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's unfortunate that I cannot be there, but I'm happy that I'm here and in contact. So it is a great pleasure for me to introduce you to our Planetary Health doctoral program at University of Lisbon, which is starting in 2025, October 2025. So this is when we start. This program really addresses one of the most urgent needs of our times, and that would be training researchers and leaders capable of responding to the interconnected crisis facing the health of humans, animals, and ecosystems. Next slide, please. So, since we are living through these unprecedented global challenges, where climate change, biodiversity collapse, global pandemics, and pollution are fully interlinked, and these are not isolated issues. They actually reflect the same broken relationship between people and the planet. And science must evolve to help us navigate these complex risks that as we have been discussing throughout this morning. So next slide, and the question that I would ask is why the University of Lisbon? So I could say here that University of Lisbon is by far the largest in Portugal, with over 50,000 students, from which 5,000 are PhD students. And overall, we have more than 20% international students. The University of Lisbon is also one of the most prestigious in Europe. We host over 70 research units with a very much global outlook. And University of Lisbon itself is deeply involved in shaping the future of higher education and also research and innovation. So if I go to the next slide, please. Our vision is to train the next generation of change makers, as I mentioned at the beginning, people who can connect disciplines and integrate knowledge, and eventually, as we all wish, lead solutions. We want to empower researchers who are above all collaborative and committed to equity, sustainability, and so on. So now talking a bit about the curriculum itself and the consortium that we have been building, if I go to the next slide, I would like to mention that this is a truly interdisciplinary program, as it brings together the 18 schools from across the University of Lisbon. From medicines to sciences, from engineering to agriculture, from law to fine arts. And this is, as we believe it, this is where different knowledge systems meet and where innovation is really born. If we go to the next slide, we can see that the faculty is big. We have people from 18 schools. You can see faculty of medicine, pharmacy, engineering, schools, economics and business, but also arts and humanities, political sciences working together. In the next slide, I would like to mention that this is a 4-year PhD program. In the first semester, students follow a set of, I would say, foundational and interdisciplinary courses, which I will get back to them next. And then in the years 2, 3, and 4, they develop their doctoral thesis. So they are fully devoted to their doctoral thesis from the second semester of the first year until the end of the program. So throughout the program, we are really committed to have students benefiting from mentoring, peer learning, and very flexible pathways. So flexibility is also here a key word. Active teaching methodologies will be employed to enhance critical thinking, problem solving, transversal skills, teamwork, and adaptability. In the next slide, we are identifying the 4 core courses. So this first semester includes these 4 courses that will address climate and health, ecosystem services, environmental justice, systems thinking, and methods and data for planetary health. These courses are planned to be intensive. Each one has a 3-week duration, immersive, and taught by leading researchers across both our schools and our partners. And together with these 4 courses, we have planned seminars so students can get skills in communication, leadership, entrepreneurship, ethics. Each one has at least one supervisor from academia, and when appropriate, a supervisor from outside academia to help shape their path. Within the academia itself, we are trying to involve in the supervisory team 2 members of the teaching staff from different schools to promote as much as possible this interdisciplinary environment. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we see that this dynamic that we are trying to create will support the students' decision on the specialization of their choice. And here are the 6 specializations that we have in the program, including climate change and health, global health, health in extreme environments, policies and governance in planetary health, tropical health, and urban health. Next slide, please. So here I would like to say that this program is international in nature and is expanding in terms of the partners network. We have established partnerships with the global institutions throughout the world, and our students will be part of international networks, also thinking on where they are coming from, and joint supervision and co-teaching are part of the model. This is absolutely crucial. Each student will work on a real challenge brought to us by our partners, and these, as you perhaps can see here, they come from public sector, from private, from international organizations, large hospitals in the country, for instance, NGOs and private businesses as well, including insurance companies, for instance, and the idea is that students co-design their research questions together with the partners to ensure relevance and impact. We believe that this PhD course will open doors, whether in academia or public policy or international agencies or innovation ecosystems in general. Our graduates will be builders of knowledge and somehow agents of change. So these are the expectations. So for the final slide, I just would like to mention that applications have just closed for these first years starting in October 2025. 30 students will join us in this journey, sort of say, to reimagine science in service of people and the planet towards a healthier, more just and sustainable future together. So I can also mention that we have enrolled the first 15 students already. They are indeed coming from all over the world and are in the process now of admitting the final 50 students for a total of 30, as I mentioned. So from among the applications, I can say that around 15% of the students applying are from Portugal. All the others are from abroad, both from Europe and outside Europe, including the United States, Canada, and Africa and Middle East as well. So I thank you very much for your attention. And if you go to the next slide, there will be a QR code that you can enter and know more about the program as well. So thank you very much for your attention.
Super, Cecilia. Thank you very much. So now we are going to have the last speaker of this session, Ricardo Santos. Ricardo is a researcher at the Institute of Environmental Health, where he coordinates the unit of ethics and integrity in research and the unit of science communication. He is also a lecturer at the Lisbon School of Medicine, where he co-directs the One Health postgraduate program. And he is also an associate member of the University of Lisbon Tropical College and member of the Social Observatory for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Data. So, Ricardo, whenever you have the slides ready, I see there maybe some
Okay, thank you very much for the
problems.
kind presentation. Good morning, everyone here and online. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you, Universidad Oferta de Catalonia. Muchas gracias. Pompeu, Fabra, ISGlobal. Thank you very much. I must confess that I was kind of reluctant to be here today after Portugal beats Spain in the Nations League final. But here I am, and my apologies in advance. So, the Lisbon School of Medicine is a medical institution with a history spanning 2 centuries, and is the only medical school in Portugal actually to have a faculty member who was awarded with a Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1949, Segueix-nos. It provides, there's this configuration of the, okay, I think there's no problem. It provides 2 undergraduate programs, one in medicine and the other in nutrition, alongside various PhD and master's degree offerings, some of which are developed in collaboration with our other organizations serving nearly 3,000 students. The Institute of Environmental Health is one of the Lisbon School of Medicine's Research and Development Unit. I have a video I can show you if we have time. I can show you in the end of the presentation on who we are. And ISAM has been actively engaged at multiple levels to incorporate the principles of planetary health into the Lisbon School of Medicine, both at the education and research level. However, before detailing our educational experience, I wish to elucidate the rationale behind our strategic approach. A primary challenge that must be acknowledged is the conceptual expansion that has occurred over the past, let's say, 5 decades. In fact, the concept of planetary health is preceded by other frameworks, including One Health, eco-health, One Medicine, and bioethics, and even so, the Gaia theory, or geophysiology, let's say. But in certain contexts, One Health and planetary health are used interchangeably. But it is important to recognize that One Health is more closely associated with public health, emphasizing zoonotic disease and antimicrobial resistance, whereas planetary health was built on an ecological public health framework coming from 2012, whereas that integrates the material, biological, social, and cultural dimensions of public health and acknowledging the complexity and non-linearity inherent in the dynamics of natural systems. While this concept challenge is essential for the implementation process, and I'm specifically referring the recent report by the Scientific Advice Mechanism to the European Commission regarding One Health governance in the European Union, which aims to clarify and redefine the concept in a very interesting way, we identify core competencies that are necessary across all concepts. These including recognizing the interconnection and interdependence between human systems and Earth systems, embracing complexity and the non-linearity nature of phenomena, as well as adopting systems thinking. Therefore, regardless of the concept implied, the primary challenge lies in the need of adopting an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach. And this is related not only with a new way of thinking, but also a new way of doing. Yes, it's all about team working in a diversity context with people from different disciplines, different sectors, different organizations, different countries. And the challenge is to put different people working together and expect that they can create a cake. That's transdisciplinary, create a cake. The second challenge is related to the target audience. At the Lisbon School of Medicine, we offer 2 first cycle programs, as I mentioned before, medicine and nutrition, along with various second and third cycles and postgraduate course aimed at a diverse range of professionals. Consequently, our strategy must take this into consideration. For the first cycle, we have developed several elective courses for the students in medicine and nutrition, and we have incorporated One Health/planetary health topics into existing compulsory courses, including preventive medicine and general and family medicine. Regarding the second and third cycles and postgraduate programs, we are involved in the new PhD program in planetary health studies, presented by Cecilia, and we are also in the process of establishing a new master's degree in preventive medicine and planetary health, as well as a new postgraduate course in climate change medicine. However, we already have some accumulated experience with the postgraduate course One Health, which it will be an honor to share with you. This online synchronous course is offered in the Portuguese language, comprising more than 400 hours of study and awarding 50 ECTS credits. It doesn't offer a degree, and that's perhaps the reason why, in terms of accreditation, the process is more soft, since it depends only on the school's scientific committee. The inaugural edition was conducted during the academic year 2021-2022, and preparations are currently underway for the third edition, which is scheduled to September 2025.
Based on our experience, the critical points of this postgraduate course are related to the relevance of the program, the quality of the faculty, and the diversity of the participants. In terms of the program, it is essential to revise it with each edition. The rationale behind this approach is as follows. We begin addressing the ecosystems service, followed by an examination of environmental change and their detrimental effects on ecosystems. Subsequently, we discuss health impacts and social engagement. This foundational structure is reinforced by introductory modules, including an introduction to One Health in terms of concepts and approach, and some basics such as environmental health, environmental microbiology, environmental toxicology, public health, epidemiology, environmental ethics, environmental psychology, environmental sociology, economics, and so on. Additionally, we offer 3 modules that focus geographically on the urban environments, tropical regions, and extreme environments such as the poles. Lastly, the One Health in Practice module tackles critical subjects including leadership, complex problem solving, conflict management, and participatory models. And finally, the current topics in One Health module encompass a wide array of subjects such as human population growth, migration, planetary humanities, multi-species health, cultural diversity, world religions, and indigenous people. So overall, the program is structured in 22 modules and has previously stated the quality of the faculty is essential, and it is equally important to include people from different disciplines and sectors, reflecting in itself the multidisciplinary and multisectoral essence of One Health. Finally, regarding the participants, our participants profile primarily consists of medical doctors, veterinarians, and environmental health technicians, which is in fact aligned with what we must expect from a One Health course, but also includes other professionals such as biologists, geologists, psychologists, lawyers, architects, coming from Portugal, as well as Brazil, Mozambique, Angola, São Tomé and Príncipe, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde, all of which are Portuguese language countries. The diversity of people of different age and in different stage of their career fosters a rich and varied group of participants with unique experience. The opportunity for participation of people coming from South America and African countries was facilitated through the provision of scholarships for individuals from these countries. In the first edition, we had 33 participants, and in the second edition, we had 67 participants. The 2 prior editions received high satisfaction ratings from participants, scoring 4.3 out of 5 in the first edition and 4.7 out of 5 in the second. However, it is important to acknowledge that given the amplitude of topics covered in this course, the primary outcome cannot solely be defined by conventional learning metrics. There exists a more significant, perhaps less tangible aspect of this gathering of people interested in One Health, that is the cultivation of a sense of community. It has been remarkable how this course has functioned as a platform for fostering connections, linking individuals from various disciplines and geographical areas, exchanging experience and insights, engaging in ongoing projects or submitting new ones, and maintaining contact through WhatsApp well beyond the conclusion of the course. In fact, we had the chance to create a working group in Digital One Health, together with the Eurashare iStars and informatics and statistical tools for the advancement of research success project. This working group functions as a platform to gather data from different fields and geographies, and giving them the opportunity to analyze it through powerful tools and capabilities, including biostatistics, computational biology, data management and data processing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data. The shared language among participants is certainly a factor of significance. Nevertheless, what truly surprised us was the course role as a qualified connector and translator, bridging not only individuals and countries that communicate in the same language, and there's more than 270 million people in the Portuguese language countries, but also facilitating interactions between the global north and the global south, perhaps making Portugal a good candidate to serve as a kind of a living lab for the effective implementation of One Health and Planetary Health. And this is something we would like to explore, hopefully having you on board. To finish, I want just to share another, I think, important insight that is perhaps this kind of postgraduate courses, not offering a degree, could be instrumental not only to expose different segments of people to planetary health and One Health, people that are working, they are integrating the market, let's say, yeah. But also as a kind of pre-master or a pre-PhD course, gathering people, exposing them to these concepts, these new concepts, and then perhaps some of them enrolling in masters or a PhD degrees. So that's it. Once again, apologize for Portugal beating Spain. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Maybe we have 15 minutes left, so maybe we can ask everybody, you can stay, and the rest of the speakers, maybe if you can come in front, and we can open the floor to questions. So, are there any questions in the room for any of our speakers? The coffee break was not energizing enough, maybe? Or too many questions that we need to organize?
Too many people.
I have a question I have questions for everyone. I've been taking notes, but I will start for a question for George. George, you've been talking that you're implementing planetary health as a transversal topic in different courses. And I don't know if you could give us some more details on that. Are you providing training to teachers? How are teachers engaging in that initiative? Because it's a pity that Mireia Llimós is not here today. Just like one highlight of her project. She's trying to introduce planetary health as a transversal topic in master in public health. And probably we are sharing similar challenges, so it would be great to hear your inputs on that.
Okay, I will try. I think the group from Utrecht that I can highlight here is the Planetary Health Integration Team, who are based at the University Medical Centre. So this is the large medical school, and hospital in Utrecht, and their big task is to integrate planetary health throughout the medical school curriculum as it's being upgraded. And so they're upgraded, revised, however. And their big task as a team is exactly as you say, sort of getting the information, getting the training through to the individual specialties and components of the medical school so that it becomes a through line so that instead of having an individual lecture at the start of medical school on planetary health, it just keeps popping up, especially in regards to healthcare. And so yeah, the focus is indeed on training trainers, getting people convinced that it's a good topic. And I've really got to give credit to the team there. I mean, I am part of it, so I can't be too self-congratulatory, but the folk leading the work are doing a really good job. In fact, that's another thing we can highlight is they've developed quite a few more of these workshops where you look at your medical practice and you evaluate it in terms of its impact on the planet, and you look where it can explore, where you explore where you can make improvements or changes.
Well, yeah, thank you. I think maybe we can talk a bit more later about that. Thanks.
Can I say something about this, because it's really very important. Sorry, it was sorry, Martin. I didn't see you. Sorry.
Martin was first. Just a quick example of I've been teaching in design, so the students been doing design projects on the planetary climate and ecological emergency. And that have been framed in the context of transdisciplinarity or transversality. And just the problem that I've encountered is that it's very difficult to go to another discipline because you don't have a map of that discipline. You go to economics, for example, and do projects, but well, I can say that you should go to people who do ecological economics, but they can't distinguish that. And it's not easy for us teachers either, because we don't have that kind of mapping of other disciplines as well either. And yeah, to formulate it as an ontological problem, it is a matter of geo-ontology, the planetary, if that is included or not in the other disciplines.
I was always the last. And now it's a very interesting topic because we struggle with that, how to incorporate planetary health or One Health, or well, the nexus between the environment and health in the curriculum. We work very closely with the Students' Association, the Students' Union, and actually they want to have some of these courses in their curriculum has a compulsory, mandatory courses, but there's no space for these topics. So we have developed some optional courses, but at the same time we start working together with many professors that have mandatory courses, for instance, pneumology, cardiology, pediatrics, because when we try to map what they are teaching inside of these disciplines in this course, because actually they are already teaching planetary health and One Health, but don't have this concept in mind. And what we are trying to do is to map and then try to give the name, to realize that they are teaching already planetary health and One Health, and at the same time to help them with some material or some evidence synthesis that will help them to increase the teaching of planetary health and One Health within these different specialities, pediatrics, cardiology, pneumology, because it's complicated. The students claims that they have no time to attend optional courses, and that's a problem, and this is something that we are trying to put forward. Thank you.
Jose Maria? Oh.
No.
I see you have the mic.
One question that I have for Cecilia, but can you hear me, Cecilia? Yeah?
I I think I can hear you. For instance, the first question I did not hear, but I guess the question from the answers. Now I think I can hear better.
I will speak slowly and loud. And it's a question that may also apply to probably most of the interventions, that it's what we have seen, it's a lot of experiences growing on in different contexts with different approaches. But Martin mentioned the context of urgency that we have. I mean, with the crisis of the planet. So in this context of urgency, I think that one issue that is very important is the institutional leadership, and to which extent the institutions embrace this concept of planetary stewardship. I mean, this issue that we need, well, unless we protect the health of the planet, there is no societies flourishing in the future. And I wanted to, what you presented, Cecilia, was impressing, 18 schools in the university working together in the same PhD program. So can tell you us something more about which is the level of institutional leadership and how this has came to happen in Lisbon and probably in the other contexts that you have been presenting, I mean, Utrecht, I mean, Asfer.
Yeah. So yes, I think I understood the question. Thank you very much. It's actually an interesting question and very challenging. So what I can say is that at University of Lisbon, we, of course, as in many other institutions, faced really challenges. And one of them was integrating these planetary health concepts into traditional doctoral structured courses that we have at University of Lisbon. So this was one challenge. The other one was something that in a university as large as University of Lisbon, with different schools, very interdisciplinary, how could we bridge the gaps between health sciences, environmental research, engineering, public policy, and so on. So here is the point, going to your question. The solution had to be, first of all, a co-creation of a curriculum across the schools, first of all. Then second, I would say a real world challenged framing where everyone would see themselves represented. And third, this is really touching your question, a strong coordination from central governance. And here we had, I think, a easier road because at University of Lisbon we have structures that we call them networks and colleges that already bring together different disciplines around a certain topic. For instance, sustainability is one, ocean is another one, health is another one. So these structures are already set up and working well at University of Lisbon. They bring together people from the different 18 schools around a specific topic. They organize events, they organize conferences, they organize summer schools. So they're very active. So we had the right setting. Ricardo was part of one, is part of one of these colleges that actually set a common ground for this PhD student, this PhD program. So what I think is that you do need a strong coordination from the rectorate in this case to bring everyone together and there's a same goal. But if you had the right environment, if people are already working together, it's much easier. But strong coordination is always needed. It would always be. So this is the why actually the rectory of the University of Lisbon wanted to send this strong message. This is the reason why the coordination of this program right at the beginning is at the rectorate. I'm the coordinator as vice rector for research and innovation. For sure, the program will run and will pick up speed, and soon the coordination will go to one of the schools, and we are thinking about moving the coordination between schools. But at the beginning, I think this is also a strong message. The coordination is at the rectorate level right now.
Thank you, Cecilia. We have a question coming online from Melissa Haswell. She says that the presentations have presented an amazing breadth of programs with excellent learning ingredients, so thank you to all the presenters. And she was wondering if anyone has had any success in embedding indigenous perspectives and knowledges into planetary health curriculum. I don't know if any of the presenters have any reactions.
Martin. Thank you very much for your kindness. Yes, actually, we are in this third edition of the postgraduate course in One Health. We have a module on indigenous people, but in our previous edition, we have in the classes are twice a week, 3 hours each class, and to keep the momentum, we organize in a parallel in the same time One Health talk seminar, where we invite people from different disciplines and different realities. And the last one, why? Because we don't have space in the program, so we try to enlarge the program with these seminars. And one of the seminar was led by how can I call it? It's a representative from the Pataxó people from the south of Bahia in Brazil, discussing with us or presenting their view of what is planetary health, and discussing with us these different views, because he was talking about planetary health, and then we are talking about planetary health that is completely different perspective, you know. So it's very important to bring to make this bridge, and they are very, in particular these Pataxó people, are very interesting to make a bridge with Europe, to restart a dialogue, equal dialogue. So in some sense, we also discuss the need for, and it's very interesting because the report, the One Health, the governance for One Health in the European Union, that report that I've mentioned, talks about that, the need to move on from the anthropomorphism, but also the need to decolonize the concept, because this concept is too much Western based, you know. And it's very interesting European Union report to make mention of that, and quoting Donna Haraway and the posthumanism and the multi-species world, and also Bruno Latour. It's very interesting, but it's an advice report. You know, we don't know what will be captured, but we are trying in some way to make these connections with the indigenous people.
I have nothing really to add, but just emphasize how important it is. And we also know now that today, on a regular basis, policy documents like from IPCC sort of constantly refer to indigenous people's knowledge, and that should be included. But how? What are indigenous people knowledges? What are their cosmology? Are they very different from ours? Or we have a multiculture over one mono-nature, and they might have a multi-nature over what could almost be like a monoculture, a common kind of humanity behind the animals that you see jumping around, and the posthumanism kind of thing. And for other reasons, I think that could there be like 5% of the population? Something like that. and they sit on land, pardon my language, of like 80% to something of biodiversity stuff.
I can maybe briefly add. So, just by the nature of the organization's geographical scope, we do not have this included as an objective. However, within the courses we co-design every now and then, especially when it goes on climate justice and litigation processes, obviously the topic goes to indigenous people, bringing cases against mostly northern western countries and companies. But beyond that, that's not really a thing at the moment, just to be very honest on that. Yeah.
Okay. Super. So if that's okay, okay, the last question, and then we close this session with some final remarks.
Thank you very much. I also would like to ask a question to Cecilia. Congratulations to your presentation, to your initiative. My question is, taking into consideration the specialization, how did you opt for specialization? And if the PhD thesis will be done individually when the student enroll? This is my question. Thank you.
So let me see if I heard the question correctly. So first of all, the specializations that we have decided to start with. So this is an evolving process. This is how we decided to start. But
why? First of all, why? Because planetary health is a very, very holistic concept. And I saw, for example, global health, I think, but I did not see one health specialization, for example. So how it was decided?
Okay. In fact, the global health would include the One Health specialization. That's in fact, One Health will be across all the specializations, then focusing either in urban environments or extreme environments or policy and governance topics, right? So the planetary health is the larger umbrella that we have. And under this, the students, depending on their own projects, individual projects, and this is the answer to your second question, yes, this will be individual projects. As I mentioned before, we want very much that these problems are framed by our partners themselves, together with the supervisory team and the student. And the idea is to have each student with one specific project that is developed by the student itself. And of course, depending on the project that they select and depending on their interests, they will be under one of these specializations. But these are not, I would say, walls. There's no walls among the specializations, and that's why we want to bring the students together quite often throughout the whole program. So we have this one semester of classes and courses, as I mentioned before, but we have also planned internships and seminars and other optional courses where we want to bring the students together. We don't want them to stay in their own corner developing their individual projects. So at some point they need to come back to a space where all the other students are, where they can discuss about their own projects, because these community co-creation activities keep students engaged and grounded and are really important throughout the whole program. So even though they have individual projects, we want them together throughout the 4-year program. This is a long program of 4 years, and we have activities planned to keep them engaged as much as possible throughout the program. But yes, they will have individual projects.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Super. Arianna? Did you want to add something?
Yeah, just to add, going back to at the beginning when you say like how to integrate planetary health into the curriculum, just to mention that the MOOC, there is a professor at the humanities department at UPF that will come later for the roundtable, and he's integrating the MOOC as part of his subject. So it doesn't have to go through the institution itself, but actually each professor can decide if they want to give like one credit of their subject to this. So that's a way also of integrating it.
Maybe we can finish with a round of applause and we leave the final remarks before lunch to José María.
To finish with the lunch preparation, we included in these 5 minutes for some concluding remarks. That it's always a bad idea to make this in the program, but when you are trying to say what can I say after this that makes any sense. But anyway, I will try to make some just overarching considerations. And probably the first one, when we look back to the meeting, to the workshop that we had 2 years ago, or even when we started 4 years ago to develop the new master in the middle of the confinement without knowing anyone else doing this type of things. The first conclusion is there is growing interest. And there is growing range of experiences. Probably what we are seeing here is just a sample. Not sure how random the sample is, but probably it's only a sample. And probably there are many other experiences that are now being developed or being incubated that support this conclusion that the field of planetary health education, postgraduate, is growing, interest is growing. Probably the second is that when we say planetary health, well, there are concepts involved, and the concepts are challenging because our social constructs and are mediated by many different influences, and then you say, well, it's just planetary health, but it's also eco-health, and it's One Health, and it's climate change, and it's other things. I mean, so probably what is more relevant is that what is growing is this sense that we need urgently to respond in our educational institutions and programs to the challenges of Earth, which the planetary boundaries are being transgressed and making a huge crisis and challenge for the current young generations and the future generations. I mean, Martin started saying, well, our students came by assuming the Earth, we have the Earth services by granted, okay? But this is not longer the reality, and this is maybe even more by sure it's going to be more challenging for the next generation. So here I see an element of hope and optimism because there are answers that are being elaborated. We have seen 3 program masters, and probably a master is, I mean, the more demanding approach of postgraduate education, and it's in some countries are highly regulated, so it's just coming to a master. It takes a lot of time, and it's not surprising that there are not so many yet, but probably many will came. And I think what has been remarkable in the session is that we have seen 3 very different experiences. I mean, one transnational with a lot of planetary health by design, blended with educational innovation, and if this has the opportunity to go forward either through the Erasmus funding or the funding of the institutions, it will be a huge huge interest in seeing how this works. Then we have been a master from one of the top universities in Europe, which is the London School, and I think that this is being a landmark. And then you have seen a totally different online asynchronous in Catalonia, which also gives opportunity to a level of students that may not be accessible to the other experiences. And interestingly, in all these different contexts, we have seen similar challenges. So the issue of inclusivity and diversity of students, which is crucial, the interdisciplinarity in the content and in the faculty, just the change of focus from topic-based learning to challenge-based learning and innovation, which is everywhere, and finally the need and the opportunity for hybrid modes. I mean, presential, face-to-face, online synchronous and online asynchronous, and I think this is very, very, very interesting. And finally, I think it was a very good idea it was not clear at the beginning that we included a table for other experiences in the postgraduate that were not properly masters. Because, I mean, now you can see that this is also very important. I mean, there is probably, in terms of volume, it's probably the more important one. We need a diversity of courses with diversity of focuses, and what we have been seeing here, I mean, in all these, I mean, programs from Asfer to Utrecht to the Planetary Wellbeing, the experience in Lisbon with the PhD, and also the experience with the One Health School. I mean, it shows that there is a huge opportunity for similar experiences in many different places. And probably one of the challenges that we have here is how we can create spaces where we can put together and share. I mean, this is probably something that institutions like ASFER can do, but it's more than that. It's beyond that. I mean, and probably there is a gap here, something that we need to see how we can promote these spaces for interchange, for communication, sharing resources. I think this is not easily available nowadays. But I think that as frequently happens, probably very, very interesting things are happening in the margins. I mean, these perhaps small courses for white audiences or white courses for small audiences, that some of them even without degree, as we saw. But I think that we should pay attention and probably be supportive of these different approaches beyond the master program. I probably will conclude with one caveat that is underlying all our discussions, is that this is happening, by sure will be growing, but what about the urgency and the level of ambition? Will this be sufficient to face the challenges? Most likely not. I think this is something that we always keep in mind. Some of one here in the interventions was saying, well, I think it was Martin in the first intervention, when you were saying, well, sustainability probably it's an old approach, incremental. I personally believe that these approaches are necessary and are still useful, but obviously are not enough. And the pace of the challenges are growing to an extent that, I mean, we did not expect it 5 years ago. Let's not to say 10 years ago. So I think here is maybe an issue for the third edition of this workshop, how we are keeping pace with urgency and ambition. And this is, I mean, just what I can say about these first two sessions. I think that there is no room for questions at this point, right? Thanks again for your
And for some interaction among us. Well, we'll now start with the keynote session. Normally we have keynotes at the beginning of workshops, but for agenda issues we have to move it after lunch. Well, it's always nice to innovate anyhow. Well, Jelena is connected? Okay. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce this session, an overview of planetary health education landscape. This session, as I said, it's a keynote. It will provide a valuable overview of the current efforts, global trends, and institutional strategies shaping planetary health education. This will complement, this will give an overview that will complement the individual or small strategies that we've been seeing that are taking place in different institutions. We will have two important speakers. First, Jelena, probably I'll pronounce your surname wrongly, Jelena. Apologies for that in advance. Jelena Magolansky, the Education Director of the Planetary Health Alliance, who is online. Jelena will speak about the importance of education in planetary health and highlight the diverse range of academic programs that have been developed globally in the last few years. She will also present an overview of the Planetary Health Alliance education repository that classifies and tracks these emerging programs, probably some of the ones that we have seen presented this morning. Her presentation, as I said, we provide an important overview of what is going on around, apart from the programs we've seen in this morning here. Next, we will have Eric Tomei, who you already know. Eric will speak about ASFER's flagship climate change and health course, developed in collaboration with the Global Consortium on Climate Change and Health Education. But Eric will present it in detail. With no further ado, let's give an applause to Jelena and Eric, and let's start with this afternoon session.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, that's great. Well, good afternoon and greetings from New York. I want to start by really thanking you for inviting me to join you today. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this important conversation about advancing planetary health education. I'm Jelena Malogajski, the Education Director with the Planetary Health Alliance. And it is my role, and my everyday work is really focusing on advancing planetary health education. I would like to just start with just a few points before I go. The topic of my presentation today is planetary health education landscape analysis, but I would like to start with a few important things that I just remind us or open this conversation about the importance of planetary health education and remind us of a few important things. So the planetary health emergency is a health emergency across all dimensions of health. And the scale of environmental disruption that we are experiencing in our everyday lives is not only an environmental conversation anymore, but it has become a global health and a humanitarian crisis. And we are daily reminded by the fires and floods and pollution and storms that our health and our survival and that of the future generations really depends on our ability to change the way we live on the planet. And that change is not possible without planetary health education. The second thing we also like to point out, and I will say we, I mean we at the Planetary Health Alliance, that it's climate change and it's everything change. A lot of times in conversations such as this, or if you look at the syllabi and kind of analyze the courses people teach, a lot of emphasis is on such an important element of the global environmental crisis that is climate change. But we always like to kind of remind our audiences and our partners and of the need to widen the scope of the conversation to include other elements of the crisis. And I'm just going to mention a few here. The loss of biodiversity and its link to the increase of risk in emerging infectious diseases, air pollution and the global burden of disease in respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, or environmental degradation and the overuse of pesticides, in addition to climate change, really exacerbates the food system vulnerabilities. So I would just like to say that it's, I think, very important when we talk about planetary health education, we will teach planetary health to always widen the scope of the conversation and remind ourselves that of the other important elements beyond the climate change. And finally, we strongly believe that only the correct diagnosis of planetary health emergency will lead to the correct treatment, and that is the great, what we call the great transition. And the great transition, as we define it, is this really deep, fundamental shift in the way we live on Earth. And so what if we look at it, what needs to change? In other words, what do we need to learn to do differently? Because this change, again, cannot happen without the education. So we need to to basically learn to do everything differently. We need to change how we produce and consume food and manufacture products, how we construct and live in our cities, how we manage our natural resources. And also we have to rethink more personal decisions that we make in our everyday lives. And those are decisions of how we plan and raise our families, how we define success. And I'm not talking about just the economic success, but I'm talking about how do we define our personal success. And finally, the story we tell ourselves about what is our role within nature. And do we see us and nature as a duality or as one? And planetary health education, I think it's really important to point out, is intrinsically linked to the concept of the Great Transition, because it really provides us, it plays a crucial role in providing us with knowledge and practical skill, but also fostering the behavioral change that is needed for this deep, rapid change in the way we live on our planet. And with that, I now come to the Planetary Health Education Landscape Analysis. Planetary Health Education Landscape Analysis is an ongoing effort of the education team at the Planetary Health Alliance. And the idea, our goal is to highlight the success stories, at the same time to identify where the gaps are, where planetary health education is underrepresented. Our key tool in this landscape analysis is our global inventory of planetary health programs and courses, which has three essential functions. One is to document all the planetary health education efforts that we collect and encounter, and then use that as a foundation for our outreach to those educators, as well as for strategic engagement with the educators. The other one is really to inspire other educators, because a lot of times people use the global inventory to get ideas of what others are teaching and where planetary health is taught and what schools are teaching it and what topics are they focusing on. And finally, it's a great way to connect learners to opportunities in planetary health. So I checked, we are updating this really monthly or bi-monthly, trying to keep it very current. But I want to tell you that is more difficult than it used to be 2 years ago when I joined the Planetary Health Alliance, because we are experiencing and witnessing amazing proliferation in planetary health programs and courses globally, and it's getting more and more difficult to really capture all that. So when I talk today, and if you think that something that you know about, an effort that you know about, it's not captured here, I would really like you to contact me, but we're gonna come to that a bit later. So I checked our numbers last week in preparation for this presentation and found that currently our global inventory registers 172 courses across courses and programs. So some of these are programs that then have courses across 28 countries, and 68 of those are enrolled courses. And by enrolled courses, what we mean is that you can only take a course if you are already enrolled in that program. It's not open to wider audiences. And I can tell you that 68 of these enrolled courses, they are actually graduate level courses. They are part of, most of the courses are part of the public health graduate programs, global health graduate programs, and medical schools. And then we registered 34 graduate programs in planetary health, 4 undergraduate programs, 5 doctorate degrees. And I'm really interesting thing I learned yesterday. So the latest of these 5 doctorate degrees that we have added to our inventory is the doctorate, planetary health doctorate, starting this fall at the University of Lisbon. And it's just yesterday in a meeting that I had with my colleagues, I learned that not only that we inspire others to teach or learn planetary health, but a PHA's partnership and outreach coordinator is leaving her role in the fall to pursue her doctorate at the University of Lisbon. So we get inspired by our global inventory as well. There are 46 certificate courses and 15 open access courses. Now, if we look at the geographical distribution of the courses. Here you will see that my slide only captures 5 countries with the highest number that, again, this is the highest number according to our global inventory. So the highest number of courses registered in the United States, followed by 34, that is 61, 34 in the UK, 14 the Netherlands, 9 in Australia, and 10 in Canada, and 9 in Australia. And additionally, in Western Europe, there is a significant number of planetary health courses being taught in Germany, France, Sweden, Italy, in Spain. In Asia, we have presence, planetary health teaching in China, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, and in South America. Currently, we have registered courses in Chile, 2 courses or programs, Mexico and Colombia. But as you can see, so that's a smaller presence in terms of numbers. We also identify gaps in education, and we were not able to register so far any courses in the Middle East or Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And there are only 3 countries in Africa that also have courses. We have registered in Kenya and Tanzania. Well, currently, but last year, we also had courses in Nigeria. Now, I would like to say that obviously we are aware that we are not, that this is not the full picture, that we are, this is not an ideal geographical distribution, and that our methodology needs improving. But I would like to say, in addition to searching for courses, and then also through the snowball effect, adding courses to our different collaboration and meetings with 500 plus members of the Planetary Health Alliance, we do have a form on our website which allows you to submit a course to our global inventory. And we do targeted searches in different languages. So far, we are doing searches in 5 languages in order to add more courses to the inventory. Now, if we look at it, we were kind of curious to see what are the affiliations, where these courses are being taught. When I joined the Alliance, and really my initial task was really to advance planetary health education in nursing, medical medicine, and public health curricula. But since then, we are trying also to widen the scopes in terms of disciplines that we are addressing when we talk about integrating and advancing planetary health education. However, if we look at the course affiliations, you will see that 38 of our registered courses are affiliated with medical schools, and then 41, and these are graduate courses with, or programs and courses in public health and global health, 9 with nursing schools and programs. And this one we kind of separated because it's a very nice example of transdisciplinary collaboration between medical school and public health and a global health program. But you will see that 77 courses do not fit into this expected kind of categories. And we kind of, we took a look a bit at it and found that there are 4 courses of planetary health being taught at business schools, and then 16 are affiliated with environmental health programs and sustainability programs, then international and national non-governmental organization, science program, social science programs, and veterinary schools. And now that gives us kind of understanding of geography in terms of like if we think about the global landscape of planetary health, and also a bit deeper understanding of affiliation or where people teach it in terms of schools and programs. But I think it's also important to talk a bit about another aspect of landscape analysis or the knowledge we take from it. And those are the key barriers that we learned about from the landscape analysis. As I said, we do use the global inventory as a foundation for strategic outreach to educators, and then we ask them to tell us about the barriers they encounter or the roadblocks and how they go about it or how they overcome them. And what we have learned is that 3 major barriers experienced by the planetary health educators globally and you're not going to be surprised by the first one, is overcrowded curriculum, which is really a globally recognized significant barrier in integrating it. And how people overcome this is to integrate really planetary health topics into existing courses and subjects instead of introducing standalone courses. So-called longitudinal integration is a really a way to overcome this challenge. However, as you know, that takes more. It is easier at the beginning to add one standalone course than it is to really rethink the whole curriculum and then be very strategic about longitudinal integration. And the second thing we often learn is a lack of faculty expertise, or what I like to call the perceived lack of faculty expertise, because we often hear from faculty members that they are reluctant to teach planetary health because they never had taken a course, or they don't have a degree in planetary health, because as you know, the field, the framework has been around for 10 years, exactly 10 years, because we are celebrating the 10th anniversary this year. So educators often feel unprepared to teach these topics. And there is several ways that educators and departments worldwide address this issue. So one of it is to really focus on transdisciplinary collaboration, like, for example, teaching planetary health between several departments, environmental sciences and medicine and public health. And the other one is really offering opportunities to faculty for professional development and capacity building. And this is, I think, also a part, very important part of what we do, the Planetary Health Alliance, and that is really creating and curating planetary health education resources that are really are supposed to support, in order to support planetary health educators worldwide. And finally, institutional resistance to change. Again, I don't think you're going to be surprised by this one. As we all know, traditional academic structures can be rigid and can, in some ways, inhibit innovation. And what people worldwide found that really works in overcoming this barrier is following the students, their voices, and their demands. Because there is a strong demand from students for learning about planetary health. And just starting there, starting by for example, the University of Sao Paulo, they started with the student-led Planetary Health Challenges community-based program that then from there showcased the importance of planetary health education and helped gain traction from the administrators and the faculty. And finally, I would like to really wrap up my presentation today by talking a bit about this second barrier, which I mentioned, that is the perceived lack of expertise, and offer a bit of an overview of the educational resources that are easily and freely accessible at the integrated education platform on the PHA's website. So one element of these resources, I will start with the Planetary Health Education foundational documents. These are the documents that are considered, and I work a lot in different working groups with the international planetary health educators, and these three documents are really considered to be the foundational documents of planetary health education, the first being Sao Paulo Declaration, which was produced by the Planetary Health community at FAM, Planetary Health Annual Meeting in Sao Paulo in 2021, and really offers a shared vision for planetary health educators globally. The second one is Planetary Health Education Framework, which offers a shared language as a foundation for diverse educational strategies in teaching planetary health. And then there is the latest addition to this group is the roadmap and action plan unveiled at FAM 2024 in Kuala Lumpur, that is really focusing, the education section of the roadmap is really focusing on the next actionable 4 steps that we can take in advancing planetary health education. And then in addition to that, a syllabi directory is very useful. We reach out to planetary health educators globally, and we ask them to contribute the syllabi of their courses to our directory. And currently on our website, you can find around 30 syllabi really of various planetary health courses. So the idea is to really inspire people who are thinking about teaching it, but they're not sure where to begin, that they can have this collection of resources. But our second idea is really to also analyze the syllabi to kind of deepen our understanding of what people teach when they say they teach planetary health. And also to kind of understand more about their education strategies. And I can tell you that as a result of syllabi being public, someone who contributed their syllabus to our directory checks other syllabi, and then they reach out to me and they want to be connected to someone who is teaching something else, or they want to discuss something about their research. So it is really a way also to connect educators and researchers. And then there is, of course, global course inventory that I already talked about. There are case studies we share and highlight on our website, the case studies created by the Alliance, but also that created by our partners and collaborators. Guides and frameworks is a section where we really focus on highlighting different approaches that people use in integrating planetary health into their curricula. So there are different frameworks, different approaches, and we just share some of them and to kind of showcase what things work in different countries. And finally, the latest addition is our searchable collection. The latest addition to the resources, our searchable collection of research and resources that can be searched by a year of publication, by the topic, one of the 15 planetary health topics that we recognize at the Alliance are there, also the type of the resource and the region of the world. So you can scan this code for more information. It will take you directly to our planetary health education resources. And I also invite you to join the Planetary Health Alliance and collaborate with over 500 organizations from 80 plus countries. So thank you. I'm sorry if I went a couple of minutes over time there. I think I might have.
Thank you, Helena. Don't worry. We will catch up. We will start with the second presentation and give just a couple of minutes later on for burning questions. So, Eric, your turn.
So now, okay, perfect. Thanks again for having me today. I will now, in the second session, complement what Jelena has just shown on a global scale and go a little bit more into detail on the European level. I found the work from Jelena very interesting, and I think she can definitely expect a message from me because there's a couple of things that I think that where we can build on each other's work. And I will now go on what ASFA did in the last few years in a very similar fashion to the Planetary Health Alliance, but more focused towards climate change and health. So additionally to the educational courses that we offered together with the Global Consortium on Climate Change and Health at Columbia University, also in New York, we wanted to know what does actually already, what is being done and what is being offered in the European region by definition of the WHO. So again, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, not only EU. And to do that, we had one approach. That was the first one. Does not work here, I think. What do I have to press? I think. Okay, perfect, thanks. So together with Cecilia Sorensen from GCCHE, the Global Consortium, we published this first article. So it was essentially a survey sent to all public health schools that we knew and were within our network to please take part and say what they do offer around climate change and health and what they don't offer. And in a very similar fashion of what Jelena did, we asked a questionnaire, let's say, about different levels of education, so bachelor, masters, doctoral levels, and vocational as well, and to what extent they offer education, hours, ECTS, etc., etc. Because we wanted to know how it is. And this paper was on a global scale, but obviously we had the access to the European data to see how we are doing in Europe. You can see there's a name, Tara Chen. She's my predecessor. And I was invited by Joseph, I think, based on this paper. So next slide, please. Okay, maybe we would have to activate this because these are very interactive slides. Sorry, sorry. Just a second here. Maybe you can give me a mouse or a keyboard or something. Does that work? Okay, great, thank you. Maybe that works. Okay, let's see. No, it doesn't work, unfortunately. So there's some possibility that I can just take the mouse maybe or something, if it's a remote mouse. No, it doesn't work. Sorry for that. That's the pitfall of putting in too many interactive elements. Let's see if that goes. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry? Okay, great, perfect. So we essentially discovered very similar barriers and bottlenecks to what Jelena just described. So first one, obviously, in Europe we have so many different languages, so just offering a course online will be maybe fitting to one country but not to another country. Then we have data inconsistency, curriculum inconsistencies, syllabus inconsistencies, and the reporting is also different. Indicators are different in each country, if available at all. As I said, as Jelena also mentioned, many times it's not mandatory to be in the curriculum, for example, in a public health curriculum, unfortunately, not yet. There is an uneven country participation. So some are very well, for example, here in Barcelona with the ISGlobal and the 2 universities, but some countries do not have any planetary health or climate health engagement yet. And obviously, as Jelena just said, faculty shortage, so limited climate health expertise also amongst the faculty. And so what we then thought, okay, we should come up with an indicator, and we were approached by Lancet Countdown and by the European Climate and Health Observatory to do exactly that, to see, okay, what do we have within the European Union and the EE 38 countries to see what is there and how it develops through time. And we thought, okay, let's just take the data that we have from our survey and make an indicator out of it. So that was our hope. So this indicator was meant to measure the content availability, then how deep it goes, and what languages it will be offered, and if it also contains continuous professional development, because continuous, we always speak about university, but there's a huge body of professionals that also would like to have access to good quality planetary health and climate change and health education. So this is very important also to the European Commission. Then we had different scopes: the EU 27, the EEA 36 region, EA's European Environment Agency, and the WHO geographic scope that was also important. And we wanted to see, okay, where are we to then track through time how we are going to develop. So we introduced our data from Europe, and we were quite surprised that there are from 66 schools of public health participating in our survey, 53, so 80% offer some type of climate and health education. And we thought, okay, that's not too bad. But the longer we thought about it, the more suspicious we grew, because we thought, okay, there's probably a very strong reporting bias in this. Because obviously we approached the schools of public health that were already in our network, and obviously those will report that do have something, and not those who don't have anything. So the denominator was a bit, fragile, let's say, unstable, shaky. But in itself, it was a first good approach to see which countries offer what, and then to continue from there. So what we want now to do now is something actually like the landscape analysis that Elena mentioned. We call it here an environment scan. It's the same thing in the end. What we want to do is we want to have the whole picture, and to have a good indicator, we not only need a good numerator, we also need a good denominator. So we need to know how many schools of public health do we even have in the region, and this was not known until recently. So what we did was a landscape analysis, going through the data and see where we get to. So this is the number that we got out of our landscape analysis. And I can tell you, obviously, there's a couple of limitations to that, struggles, because the definition of a school of public health is hugely heterogeneous, and it's very difficult to capture. In the Anglophone area, it's mostly school of public health, but there's a couple of countries where it's called a University of Public Health, Faculty of Public Health, a Department of Public Health, a Center of Public Health, an Institution of Public Health, whatever. So it's difficult to identify and to delimit what it is and what it isn't. So definition of the denominator was the first challenge. So when we just made 2 minutes, I see, we had a pragmatical approach and saw, okay, everything that that provides education, we will consider School of Public Health. We identified 141 non-members of ASFER. I recall you, we have 130 in Europe. And then we saw, okay, out of these, only 43% have some kind of climate change and health education. And we're now currently doing the same for ASFER members to get the whole picture of what is going on in Europe. And then we will hopefully be able to provide a better indicator for Europe. So in parallel, similar to what Jelena is offering, we're constructing a repository where you can put in all your climate change and health courses, and it is publicly available. Everyone can access it and see what courses are there and how to inscribe and what they have for specifics. I will skip this because of time. Just say it's a global effort. We have good partners, and we are always looking for more partners, because it needs a lot of coordination between many institutions. And in this call, I would like to ask the audience and everyone online to please reach out for 3 things. First, if you want to become a member of ASFER, obviously, as a School of Public Health. If you're interested, please reach out. Second, we have a very active working group on climate change and health at ASFER, so it meets once a month and discusses topics on climate change and health and policy and academia. And third, the next conference of parties in Belém, Brazil is coming up. ASFER has an official observer status. So if you have any activity in mind or would like to do anything in a joint fashion, please also reach out to us, and we will try to come up with something nice. So that said, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and to show this. And any questions, you know my name and my contact details. And yeah, thanks a lot. Do I stay here or? Okay.
Well, thanks for sticking to the time. We have time just for a couple of burning questions, if any.
With microphone or without?
With microphone. Just for the people online.
I was just wondering, are there any inferences from your data to draw about the presence of planetary health?
Yeah, great question, obviously. I had the discussion with Josep before this meeting. So essentially, yeah, we're dipping into this struggle with different frameworks and the compatibility of, or what is within what and what comprises what. In the last years, we were concentrating on climate change and health because this is what politics and policy saw as a tangible problem. It's more on the challenge, on the problem itself, than rather on the topic, as we just discussed in the session before. And therefore, everything around in our organization goes around climate change and health rather than planetary health. Exactly.
Any other question? Okay.
Just an instrumental question, maybe for both, for Jelena and for Eric, which is, I mean, have you explored the possibility of using machine learning at a much broader scale? So, I mean, I expect that every public health school probably has a website, a web page, it may be an annual report there, something. If you can manage to, well, the difficulty is making the database, but then you can use machine learning methods, automatic text mining for doing this thing. I mean, can this be an approach for the future?
Yes, definitely. So that is what we did for our landscape analysis. A very first primitive approach of using large language models. It was not machine learning. But this is the idea, and the idea would be to broaden the base year by year, and this is exactly to address so many problems, like, for example, language. All the schools of public health in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, they are in Russian, and almost no one at ASFER speaks Russian, and we don't have the capacities to read through everything in Russian to translate it. So that is what we did to come up with this number, yes.
If I may add, if you can hear me still, that we also have been thinking about that lately, because as I mentioned, it's becoming more and more challenging to really capture all the programs. I just over the last 2 years, and then we are now trying to really, as a part of our strategy for the next 5 years, we are looking into these options. I will very honestly say I'm not an expert, but I am we are talking to the people who know more about the ways that we could use machine learning in capturing more opportunities and growing the global inventory. So this is just something that we recently started talking about.
Thank you.
I think we need to leave it here to give, to go to the following session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jelena. Okay. I'll ask the former students who are in the room to join the session, and let's see if we can connect the others that will join online. Sí, potser anem més cap allà. Well, we've been talking for quite a few hours already about educational problems, and I think it's now fair to give the voice to people who have been actively involved in these educational programs as students. So it's a great pleasure to introduce some of our graduates and graduates from other educational programs in this open discussion titled Education Activities, Alumni Experiences in Planetary Health. This session will not be only an opportunity to showcase real-world application of masters in planetary health, but also a chance to reflect on how academic training translates into concrete actions into the field, whether through research, policy practice, or advocacy. I'm really excited to introduce this panel of speakers. First, Hiam Farad, former student of the Master in Global Health at Royal Holloway. I think Hiam is online, hopefully. Okay, because I didn't see her. Well, then we have Marina Albarracin, Priscila Reyes, and Macarena Valdés, all of them former students of our master here at UOC, ISGlobal and UPF, who will share their experiences during the master and also the professional paths that they have started since they graduate. And also Karma Carrion, who is also a former student of the masters, but also a professor here at UOC. We will follow the structure of having 12 minutes each to present your experiences since you graduated, and then we'll have some time for discussion, and I have some questions prepared for you to see what would you change. I am already advancing that. What would you change from the masters you took, or how we could improve the teaching that we offer. Let's see if Hiam connects, and then we'll start. She's trying. Okay, maybe we can start then with Marina. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at Macarena. I'm here. So distractive. With Marina, yeah. So
Hi, good morning. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As they already introduced me, I'm Marina Albarracin. I'm a graduate in psychology, and I did my master's on planetary health. And this brought me to do my internship at the Planetary Health Alliance, as George might know, where I did research on the gap between science and policy and implementation regarding the WHO climate resolution on climate change and health. And as you might know, 2 weeks ago, the Global Plan of Action was approved. I had the chance there to interview many stakeholders, within them Andy Haynes, Jose Marianto, and many other experts in the field, which was super enriching experience to know from the ones who know the most about this topic. And this brought me kind of back home when I found out that there was a new initiative in Mollet, a city very close to where I grew up in Sardañola, and they were launching the first Planetary Health Development Center there based at a hospital, Mollet's Health Foundation. And this is a very pioneering hospital in terms of decarbonization and sustainability. So it was the perfect place to kind of ground the ISGlobal efforts on planetary health there. So there, a position as a planetary health technician came up, and then I started working there last February. And until now, it's been super enriching experience. We started doing a planetary health diagnose in the area of reference of the hospital to the 11 municipalities where the hospital gives care services to. And we started mapping the current area by sitting together with different stakeholders. For now, we sit with different primary care directors to know what they are already doing in terms of planetary health. And we are also trying to identify different planetary health indicators based in literature, with the challenge that this implies, as it's a pioneer effort to try to identify indicators that are not really defined. And as we mentioned today, translating science into real-world implementation, it's not linear and it's very complex, so it needs to be addressed through complex lens as well. And well, we are also, I'm kind of helping out with this project as much as I can on anything they need, and trying to learn a lot as well, and seeing how I can further improve my career and personal path here. And thanks.
Okay, we will keep questions and discussion for the end. Let's do one online, one in person, if you agree. So, Macarena, I don't know if you want to go next.
I'm going next. I don't know if you hear me well.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Wow. Okay. Well.
I don't know, you don't have slides neither, right?
¿Ah?
No tenías diapositivas, ¿verdad?
No.
Pues,
well, I don't know if I have to speak in English or I didn't get prepared, but I can do it in English. I can try.
All the workshop has been in English, so if you can do it in English, that would be perfect, because there we have like some international audience. That would be ideal if you can.
Well, we can try to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can try. Well, my name is Macarena. I'm really happy for being here and get each other and can we talk about this. I'm currently part of the Municipal Health Department of San Miguel in Santiago de Chile. From here, I collaborate in the strategic and programmatic management of primary health centers, and I represent the health sector in the development of the community action plan of climate change in here. I'm also part of the professional support team of the National Association of Public Health User Councils. His name is ANCO Salud, an independent organization that brings together individuals and organizations seeking of influence improvement in public health system. But I want to begin this presentation by telling you how I came across planetary health. And it was during a time of crisis, during the pandemic, like many people who work in health. And I was facing with an emotional and ethical breakdown. I felt that many of the action we were promoting had lost of their meaning. The indicator and goals were not enough to contain the magnitude of the social suffering, and that made me look for another answer. And in that context, I turned to content that spoke of the natural world, the sustainability, and different ways of understanding life. And there I discovered that where there was a theoretical and methodological and political framework that articulated what I was intuitively thinking, planetary health. And it was a relief to give a name, a language, and evidence to that intuition, and life care for life. And there was a discipline that put that at its center. The master degree of planetary health allowed me to broaden my professional vision and reconnected with the cultures, with the territories, with the natural life as a part and not as a backdrop of public health. It helped me to look at the institution in which I work with a new eyes. Health systems tend to talk about standards, indicators, coverage, but they are disconnected from the deeper meaning of what it means to care. From a public management perspective, I have able to incorporate some ecosystem approach into the local strategies. For example, in San Miguel, we are including criteria of territorial vulnerability to climate change in our primary health system and all the planning decisions that we are taking. And it's a part too of Ancosalud, and I'm promoting the incorporation of community training modules in planetary health from the leaders who participate in the user councils. This has been key because one of the biggest tension I see in Chile and probably in many countries is the distance between communities and the space where response to the climate crisis are designed. And public institutions have not yet managed to strongly integrate the situated knowledge, and organized communities often of lack tools to influence the policy base and their life experience. I don't know how is the time.
You have like 3 more minutes if you want. but if you stop earlier, we'll have more time for discussion. So this is the maximum that you have. Not that you need to fill it all.
Okay. Okay. Well, to end, I think that it's really important for me, I don't know, the knowledge and define of the sense that planetary health gives to our care system. And I think that is one of the most important ideas that I want to share with you today.
Okay, thank you, Macarena. We can now leave the word to Hiam now that we see you connected. I don't know if you have slides, Hiam.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Hi everyone. Shall I start?
Yes. Did you have a slide, right? We are just trying to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have 8 minutes.
Okay.
I think okay.
Perfect.
Just to start, to introduce myself. I'm Hiam Farhat, a part-time student in global health, human health, and the environment at Royal Holloway University of London, UK. I'm currently doing my second and final year. I was the course rep for the year 2023-2024. I'm a mother of 3 children and a local resident living in the university neighborhood. And previously, I obtained a BS degree in environmental sciences at the American University of Beirut. To move to the highlights of education to the MSc in global health. MSc Global Health is a transdisciplinary field focusing on the impact of environmental condition on human health, including air quality, green spaces, and pollution, and the socioeconomic factors such as the availability and affordability, and these are that really supports the health. So we carried out the other highlights of the education in our global health. We carried out various research projects related to planetary health, such as ultra-processed foods, green social prescribing, and the community spaces. And the third point that I'm currently finalizing my dissertation project focus on impact of community spaces on well-being of residents in Inglefield Green Surrey from the perspective of health, well-being, community cohesion, and inclusion. To move to the highlights of key research skills that we acquired from studying global health and planetary health, it's the research methods, including action research, community engagement through ethnography, interviews, and focus groups. We did data collection and analysis. We did reporting findings through public engagement activities, policy briefs, presentations, and posters, as well as essays and rationales. We had I did the engagement with local community groups, and my contribution was cited as an area of achievement in the Inglefield Green Hub in their RHS WISDE report for the 2024. So the MS Global Health modules is a one-year program. It's divided into three terms. The fall term, we have 3 modules. The spring term, we have as well 3 modules. And the summer term, it's our independent project. And the fall term, we have the Planetary Health module. It's the concept of planetary health. And the second term, the spring term, it will be advanced concepts of planetary health. So the examples of my research projects are just the impact of community spaces, the impact, and these included research plan, ethics approval, questionnaires, and we have to write our final dissertation. The impact of the second research project was about impact of air quality on people, well-being in London, and ultra-processed foods, what are they and how do they impact us? And this included the essay, poster, presentation, and policy brief. These are for the planetary health. And the fourth one is the impact of green social prescribing as well. It was for the concept in planetary health. So I will talk briefly about the two research projects that we did in planetary health. It's about the green social prescribing, and the second one, the advanced one, it would be about ultra-processed foods and how do they impact us. Do I still have time? So
yes.
yeah,
4 more minutes.
5 more, okay. So just to give a brief summary about green social prescribing, because it's a hot topic here in the UK. So green social prescribing is an emerging concept that helps tackle increasing mental and physical illness. And the concept was recently trialed in the UK in a project across 7 testing sites. And the project demonstrated the benefits of green social prescribing on the mental health of the well-being of participants, and especially in the high deprivation areas. And there was some limitations. The limitation for the green social prescribing was the complexity, the lack of data, and the evidence and the lack of resources. And the recommendation was the public health authorities, with support from national and local authorities, should continue to help address these challenges and lower the barriers for scaling the green social prescribing. To move to the other side, and the project I did in advanced concept in planetary health, it was about ultra-processed foods. We did posters, presentations, and policy brief. So ultra-processed foods contain little or no real food. It is engineered in lab, and typically it has more than 5 ingredients. It can't be found in any kitchen cupboard, and it's wrapped in plastic. Ultra-processed foods are highly in sugar, salt, unhealthy fats, additives, flavoring, and protein, and low in protein. Dietary fibers and minerals, and the excessive consumption of these foods can impact our environment, and it can impact our health. And these impacts can be on the environment, can be on the energy, the land, the water, the biodiversity, and the pollution. And its impact on our human health, it would be like having type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, and cardiovascular diseases. So the recommendation is to increase the public awareness, and the government must take effective actions away from profit-driven food industries, and help drive down the consumption of ultra-processed foods. So to move to the last slide, the feedback of my education and my experience in studying global and planetary health at Royal Holloway. So the concept of planetary health are transdisciplinary in nature and requires a lot of effort to understand them and apply them well. The lectures are well advanced and up to date and well taught by the professors. The diversity of research projects help better grasp the concept taught by focusing on the key topics. and the different ways of reporting, catering these different audiences, like policy briefs, essays, presentation posters, help us in improving the communication skills, our communication skills, and the engagement with the local communities, and carrying out surveys and interviews, and the next analysis of the data, the driving meaningful insights from these valuable skills. But there was some, like, maybe two limitations, is just like the limited exposure, which limited the exposures to partners who could become future employers. And the second one, like, it's preferable to have a global health MSc course as a 2-year program, because it gives more time for the students to reflect and study it, and have more time to, because it's a diverse range of topics, so it gives them more time to reflect on all the topics they have. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Yam. Let's give the word now to Karma Carrion.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm one of these people that Christina mentioned this morning that did the masters on planetary health, being quite old. So I started just before being 50, and it lasted 3 years for me. So I'm one of these outliers in the university in general terms. So let me explain you why did. So I'm going to starting from the past and then going to the present, okay? So yeah, 2015, you all know these things happened. SDGs, the manifesto from the Rockefeller Foundation, Lancet, Planetary Health, etc. But at that time, so I have not mentioned, but I have a background in chemistry, a PhD in biochemistry. And so I was very much into my topics, and I was aware of these things, but this was my other life. We all have several lives. So for me, it was not a question of my professional life. It was a question of my NGO life, that I was more or less not really the best activist of the world, but being worried about these topics, but not really merged to my life as a professor at the university. So yeah, it happened then in 2018 that here at the university, we were asked to launch an initiative to coordinate a cluster of universities in the European region, worldwide, universities that belongs to the the International Association of Universities, that they organized an action based on different clusters, and each cluster was asked to work in favor of one of the SDGs. So here at the university, we were asked to be the ones like the champions for the SDG 3. It was strange, you know, an online university not having the medical degree here, not having nursing degree here, but having a research center in digital health. And that was the reason why we were appointed as champions of this SDG. So I started to be more or less worried about SDGs specifically from my professional life, because I was one of the persons of the group coordinating this initiative. And then in 2021, the master degree was launched. For me, that was the opportunity really to merge these two worlds that I was explaining to you. So what's now? What's happening now after the master degree that took me 3 years? So I'm the PI of a research group in digital health. Here you have how we define ourselves, but I've just highlighted in red things that we have been, all the group now, trying to implement into our mission and vision. So putting somehow the lens of planetary health into whatever we do. And I think that's the main outcome of the master's training for me. So you all know this data about the ratio of emissions of different health systems. But then, yeah, you know, our main topic is digital health. So what about technology? So is technology part of the solution or is part of the problem also? So I've been trying to put some focus on that. And I'm just starting to do several different things that I'm going to share with you. But one of them, So my past, before being a professor at the university, I was somebody involved in health technology assessment here in the Catalan Department of Health. And the environmental aspect was something not really considered, and is still not really considered. So currently, there is a working group, an international working group for health technology assessment that is starting to consider the environmental aspect of whatever health technology assessment we made. In order, I don't know if you are familiar with that, but to do a health technology assessment, when we say health technology assessment, technology is everything. It's not only like ICT technology. It's also a drug is a technology also. A diagnosis kit is technology. Everything is just under the name of technology. So before, the main aspects that were assessed were effectiveness and safety. More and more, this has been like more holistic approach, and the economical, ethical, legal, organization, and social impacts have been included in that, but not the environmental one. And now it's time for that. So next week, for instance, I'm going to a conference about health technology assessment, and there is a specific panel about that. So we have conducted a scoping review to see where and how this has been already started, which I know in UK it's the case. And I don't know if in any other context, definitely, because there's a lot of gaps there. But it's something very much relevant. So I've also, in terms of research, being involved, again, with the Agency for Health Quality Assessment here in Catalonia, that they developed guidelines for assessment of digital health interventions, which have AI embedded. And one of the new dimensions to be included is, again, environmental sustainability. So as I told you, next week we will have this Sunday, in fact, this week we will have this panel in terms that to start to raise awareness about this topic among the health technology assessment community. In parallel with that, I'm in contact with two different working groups, international ones. We have never met in person, but we have monthly meetings to talk about digital health and climate change, in fact. And we are now preparing two policy papers about these two topics, digital health, climate change, and also the impact in inequities. And finally, as I was saying, I'm just doing some different things in what I was already doing, and I'm also teaching in another university, and I'm involved in the public health module for the medical students. So we did some sessions about the introduction of planetary health for these students, and it was very much successful, I can tell you. So they were very happy about knowing about something different, and that's something that was very much relevant for them. And also here at UOC, I'm involved in the master degree for digital health, and we have one module which is about impact assessment about digital health interventions. So now we are also introducing the environmental impact of digital health interventions. And that's all. I hope I was on time.
Thank you, Karma. And well, last but not least, Priscilla, if you want to share your experience. We are preparing the slides for you. You're still muted, Priscilla.
Hola.
Hola.
¿Se escucha bien?
Perfecto.
Cristina, yo solicité si podían traducir lo que iba a exponer. No sé si será posible.
Intentamos en... okay. Who is not understanding Spanish? Okay, I think you can... hazlo en español y vamos traduciendo con las personas que tenemos al lado. ¿Sí? ¿O hago un resumen al final? Gracias, Priscila. Adelante.
Ya, bueno. Mucho gusto a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Priscila Reyes. Yo soy de Chile y actualmente me desempeño como académica en la Universidad Andrés Bello. Y bueno, contarles un poco de mi experiencia, que yo soy kinesióloga de profesión y he trabajado durante aproximadamente 6 años en la unidad de cuidados intensivos. Y bueno, actualmente me dedico a la academia y a la investigación, donde también me desempeño como investigadora asistente en un laboratorio de inocuidad alimentaria, también de la Universidad Andrés Bello. La siguiente diapositiva, por favor. Bueno, sobre la contribución que he realizado en el ámbito de la educación, primero comentarles que yo realizo docencia en salud pública y epidemiología a estudiantes de medicina veterinaria. Y bueno, de a poco he ido introduciendo conceptos de salud planetaria. Les he ido mostrando a los estudiantes sobre el enfoque tan relevante de la salud planetaria. Y hemos abordado ciertas temáticas como, por ejemplo, zoonosis, transgresión de límites planetarios, cambios de uso de suelo, etcétera, como para que ellos vayan profundizando en estos conceptos tan relevantes. Eso por una parte, y además logré diseñar un programa, un curso de salud planetaria para profesionales y para estudiantes de las áreas de ciencias de la salud. Actualmente en Chile, la verdad es que se desconoce el enfoque de salud planetaria, y también por parte de los profesores. Entonces ha costado un poco introducir este curso. De hecho me he encontrado con varias barreras en el camino, pero logré para los estudiantes de bachillerato de ciencias de la salud realizar una charla acerca del concepto y el enfoque de salud planetaria, lo cual fue muy novedoso y muy significativo también para los profesores, ya que ellos mismos se sorprendieron sobre este enfoque, les pareció muy interesante, sobre todo cómo se van generando las relaciones, ¿cierto?, desde la devastación ambiental, los sistemas políticos, económicos, y cómo esto va afectando la salud de las personas. En este sentido, bueno, se armaron unos debates muy interesantes, los estudiantes estaban muy sorprendidos, hacían muchas preguntas y eso fue muy significativo. Esta charla la realicé en una sede que está en Santiago de Chile, en el campus de República y también en el campus Casona dentro de la ciudad de Santiago, y me pidieron dar esta charla más seguido, ya a otros estudiantes que van tomando otras asignaturas, porque de verdad les pareció muy relevante, muy interesante. Bueno, adicionalmente, me he puesto en contacto con el profesor, que yo sé que es profesor también del máster en salud planetaria de la UOC, con el profesor Carlos Faerrón, quien me contactó con un profesor de la Universidad de Concepción. Ellos tienen un grupo de salud planetaria y actualmente están ideando una propuesta de diplomado en salud planetaria en Chile. Este sería como el primer diplomado que se va a realizar en esta temática, y me pidieron colaborar, ser relatora de este diplomado, así que bueno, estamos en conversaciones, estamos generando la malla curricular, cómo vamos a hacer difusión de este contenido. Y tiene un enfoque muy interesante porque va a ser inclusivo. Estamos ideando un sistema de becas para diferentes profesionales que quieran cursar este diplomado. Así que básicamente eso, en el ámbito de la educación ha sido mi aporte en salud planetaria. Y también comentar que sobre la divulgación científica estamos trabajando en un artículo científico y hemos enviado con el grupo de investigación una propuesta de abstract Congreso de Microbiología que se va a realizar en República Dominicana, donde voy a exponer los resultados de mi tesis que presenté acá en el Magíster. Así que eso, muy contenta porque, bueno, en este corto periodo he podido hacer difusión de este enfoque de salud planetaria. Así que muchas gracias.
Gracias, Priscila. Well, I'm going to make a short summary of all the activities that Priscila shared with us. Priscila is kinesiologist, thank you. She was working in intensive care unit for many years before starting the masters on planetary health, and now she's conducting research on food systems, but also involved in teaching. Impressively, since she finished the master, she's been able to introduce planetary health concepts in the course in which she's organizing on epidemiology and public health. She's been also able to design a new course on planetary health for health professionals and also for high school students, and has been recently involved to join an initiative to develop a postgraduate course, diplomado, I assume it's a postgraduate course, on planetary health in Chile. And also she's been able to disseminate the results of the master final thesis she did as part of the masters at WOC in different conferences. So very, very successful years after her graduation. Well, thank you all for sharing your experiences. It's really nice to see how the knowledge and the competences that you all acquired during the masters, both in the masters at WOC and also in the masters in Holloway, Royal Holloway, are being implemented and being translated into very precise activities. We've seen very different levels of academic careers. Hiam still finishing her master, Karma starting the master when she was already a professor. But I'm sure you all have faced like similar challenges when trying to implement these planetary health concepts, knowledge, and attitudes you acquired during your training. And I'd like to ask you this question, which has been like the main challenge you have faced when trying to implement planetary health to your existing jobs or when looking for new jobs after finalizing your studies? It's an open discussion.
Yeah. From the research point of view, I think as it is something new, maybe the lack of methods to be translated into topics which are different from planetary health itself or the epidemiological methods or so on. So that's one of the topics, but I think this is very easy because, it's just learning what to do and doing. For me, that's not a challenge. Maybe one of the challenges is the need, and I think maybe everybody will share with the idea with me, the need for diplomacy. Because we need to talk in an interdisciplinary way, but we need to convince people to do things in a different way. You were talking about barriers with the institutions, for instance, but it's not only institutions, it's also whatever, society. If you want to translate what you are doing to the people having responsibilities at the political level, you need to know how to deal with that. And that's something that I think is very difficult because otherwise everything is just closed into the academia world. And then this emergency that we were saying, that to translate things into facts, into changing society is not really happening maybe. I don't know, that's my reflection.
Well, one challenge I found while looking for jobs was that sometimes planetary health is seen as very abstract concept and very broad and very wide. So we are still used to look for people that are specialized on certain topics to deal and tackle the problems we face nowadays. But I believe we need to do a change of mindset. We do need generalists, as someone mentioned today, to see the full big picture of problems, because we cannot change things with only one specific lenses, I believe. And in the job market nowadays, it's still very difficult to get when you have a very diverse background, and especially it's a different experience, the one Karma has, because she already had her job, and I my starting point, it's my bachelor, then the master, and we are in different life stages. So for me, it's finishing the master and going to the labor job market, and it's way different than if you already have your profession and you try to integrate it into your current field. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is why having this diverse panel. Macarena, Priscilla, Hiam, I don't know if you want to share some reflections on that point. Which are the challenges that you have faced?
Like the limitation or the challenges that I just mentioned was like it is something like it's more theoretical, but we're trying by the engagement with the communities and with the groups that we're the public engagement, we're trying to have this kind of telling people or just like through these engagement just to make the people know more about planetary health. But once we go to the work, like if we want to work in real life or in the work field, like I think there is a kind of it's a new theory, but it's more like because of all the practical things that we take, the engagement, the public engagement, the data collection, the side of that is not theoretical. So we can just apply to any non-governmental organizations, to any groups, to any to the council, to something like this. So it's kind of, because it's still new, just focusing on planetary health, it would be a little bit limited. But because it's not only planetary health, it's more about public health, global health, and planetary health. So I think there is something that we can like kind of like find in the future when we want to apply for a job. Like there will be opportunities for me or for us just to find the proper job. But it's just a placement in this, as I mentioned, that just to have this placement in this work, like for the future employers, just for us to work there, just to have this placement, like let's say in council, in these groups, and like, so yeah, this is only the limitation I just found.
Okay, anything that you want to add, Macarena, Priscilla, or otherwise I can jump to another question.
Well, I'm agree with the challenge raised. I believe that planetary health is an issue that we must promote. It is possible to bring planetary health to local governments, to working groups, with organized communities, to space where the meaning of the public sphere is debated. In this time, I think this is really important. And it is also possible to do so without losing the tenderness of the ability to listen to communities, to listen to different cultures, because we need more science, yes, but we also need more humanity in these days.
Okay. Well, after listening at the challenges that you have faced, I wonder if there is something that you would change from the curriculum no, that could improve these challenges that you face. Some of them are quite systemic, so nothing that we can do from the masters to prepare students to face those challenges. But I don't know if you think there is something that could be changed, or or some skills that you would have value to get during your masters that could have prepared you to this real world or job market when finalizing your degree. So more precisely, what would you change from the curriculum if you could? If you say everything, then I quit and, and you take the lead of the masters. Do you want to start, Priscila? ¿Qué cambiarías del currículum del máster en salud planetaria? ¿Qué crees que hubiese podido mejorar tu preparación a la incorporación al mercado laboral, o en tu caso que pudieras incorporar de manera más fácil los conceptos de salud planetaria a tu puesto de trabajo?
La verdad que en general el programa me pareció muy interesante, todas las temáticas que se abordaron. Tal vez, bueno, yo realicé el máster prácticamente en 1 año y medio, entonces realicé todas las asignaturas y fue como un ritmo un poco acelerado. Me faltó tiempo para ir integrando los conceptos, lo cual lo he ido haciendo ahora, en la medida que he desarrollado las clases de salud planetaria para los estudiantes, he podido ir integrando los contenidos. A lo mejor, quizás el proceso de tesis me hubiese gustado que hubiese sido tal vez una interacción mucho más fluida, pero yo también reconozco que al ser un programa virtual, online, ¿cierto? Muchas veces está como esa falencia de no tener una comunicación tan directa. Pero en general a mí me pareció que el programa está muy bien elaborado, todos los temas que se abordan muy relevantes, y los trabajos donde nos hacen trabajar con otros compañeros, eso hace mucho más enriquecedor el ámbito. Así que básicamente eso.
Thank you, Priscila. But thinking about the challenges you have encountered, I don't know if you said, yeah, we wish we have learned that in advance. I think
maybe what I was mentioning before, more, I don't know, more simulations about the problems that you tackle to convince people. Yeah, having like tools to answer, or not only contents, because we have these contents through the master, but these like skills, in fact. So maybe more, although we did some, but more like policy briefs or this kind of tools that I think are very much necessary. And in terms of content, I think it was mentioned this morning, all this knowledge about indigenous people, I think it's not really present, because maybe it's very far away from our reality, but it could have been very much interesting, and we have a lot to learn from that, I guess.
Yeah, we took good note on that, and I'm sure Hiam will translate that to Jennifer if she's not online. Just to finish in the last 5 minutes we have, I want to finish with another question, like, where do you see opportunities for alumni to collaborate and continue diving impact as community beyond graduation? I think this point already was commented in one of the sessions this morning. Now, how can we be sure that we are creating a community of new change makers that are working in collaboration after they finish their student studies?
I think this is really challenging because in digital health we are also trying to do that. And we did, for instance, an experience in Argentina with students there that it was a hybrid mode, so half in person, half online. And the community of practice has been lasting for 2.5 years, but it's over now. So to keep the momentum, I think this is, maybe it's not realistic, definitely. But of course, organizing like monthly webinars so that each of the alumni can share a specific project in which he or she is involved can be a solution. But once we are in our daily life, sometimes this is not the priority. And then, so I don't know, I think it's really challenging.
Yeah, well, as Karma mentioned, I think the most important thing is to create spaces where we can talk and share experiences, and therefore after graduation, yeah, we should keep this momentum, as she said, and create spaces of that foster dialogue to know what we are doing and what we can do to move forward. And yeah, but it's, as she said, it's difficult to find time for that.
Macarena, Priscilla, Hiam, something you want to add?
I prefer to say the complaints are in Spanish.
Sí, sí.
Para quienes no somos de la academia, me parece que la carga es muy desafiante en los tiempos. Creo que los contenidos están muy bien y la metodología remota también, está muy bien elaborada, pero me parece que es necesario, como mencionaban mis compañeras, de tener más espacios de compartir entre nosotros, de intercambiar experiencias. Creo que un gran espacio que tuve del máster fue conocer a mis compañeras en los trabajos que hacíamos en conjunto, porque eso apoyaba la aplicación de los contenidos de salud planetaria en nuestra vida cotidiana. Y para quienes estamos en la gestión o en los espacios de gobernanza, eso es muy valioso. Creo que el máster también nos mostraba un montón de experiencias para nosotros internacionales que eran buenísimas, y creo que eso se podría reforzar un poco más en espacios como este, de tener espacios como este que a lo mejor no tienen una nota o una evaluación, pero sí nos permiten encontrarnos de mejor manera y fortalecer esa red. Porque como decía Priscila, tuvo que, por ejemplo, escribirle al encargado del máster para tener una red en su propio país. Entonces creo que estos espacios serían muy buenos tenerlos de manera opcional a lo largo del máster.
Okay, we take good note of that, Macarena. We are almost, 1 minute to finish. I don't know if there is any other question from people in the room for our alumni. No? Otherwise, I think we can leave it here. Thank you very much for joining today and sharing your experiences, and I wish you continue doing the great work you're already doing. Thank you.
Okay, so the participants of our round table session 4, I kindly invite you to join us. Congratulations to everyone that has held on for the whole day. Tony, you can join us, go. For the ones who have been here since the morning, congratulations. To the organizers, congratulations to But I must admit that it's better inside here than outside there. The real climate change is right there. Yeah, it is unbearable right now. So better to be inside here. Okay, so I got the pleasure right now, my name is Leila Melon, to moderate this roundtable session 4. We absolutely do not have time for everything that we need to say.
planetary health are incorporated into the course. How we are trying actually to track whether everything that we are doing is providing good results. It's actually we are doing annual analysis and consultations. We are doing labor skills and requirement each and every year. And actually the sustainability and green transition skills are an absolute priority especially of the economic sector. On the other side, our quality indicators are the dynamic curricula. We are having annual changes of the teaching topics, and we are having annual consultations with the industry. We are always having supervisors or guest lecturers from the main sectors, and as well we are trying to incorporate research and development. And I'm not gonna. This is actually what we were discussing the whole morning. This is actually the primary driver of curricular change, and that's, I would say, urgency, which is kind of general. But this is the need from the market, because we are producing actually an educated profile which is supposed to fill into the economic sector, and that's the first driver. That's the need, and that's the easiest one, I have to say. In our additional research, we actually realized that there is a specific gap in the knowledge of the professionals that we are producing, and that's why we introduced 2 postgraduate courses, which is on sustainable transition and climate emergency, and the corporate social responsibility. Those are, I would say, what gap means as a driver of curricular change. That is acupuncturing needle, where actually you are putting knowledge in order to have the maximum benefit out of the transition into the more green economy. And the main topics are, I would say, old-fashioned and more technical, like life cycle assessment, carbon footprint, the basis. And most of the students which are enrolled in those courses are actually already employees, like we discussed this morning. Somebody who is working in communication in a certain company and would like to know more about green transition or planetary health or sustainability, in order to understand what is the key message that his colleagues are doing. But lately, I would have to say, one of the biggest gaps that we identified is actually the health and planetary well-being. And this is a huge chunk of effort that we are doing. First, we are with our colleague Josep Maria in the Catalyze project, where we are doing the carbon footprint of the Catalan health system as a primary objective. However, during the next year, we're supposed to provide training on climate change mitigation and adaptation to the healthcare professionals from the Catalan health system. An enormous project that, honestly speaking, I'm quite afraid how we will do it, because of the previous experience that we had with the other project. Green Electro is one of the projects where we are providing research in terms of green materials, in terms of sustainable electrophysiology, and one of the most important and one of the projects that I was very much into is the Desk Health. It's Erasmus project where actually we provided a certain gap which is identified, and that's a cooperation in between the students, the postgrad students, and the healthcare practitioners. And in the cooperation with three other universities, that's us, the Technical University of Delft and Politecnico di Torino. However, with a practical and on-hand experience from 4 other partners, that's the La Unió, that's the Union of Catalan Hospitals. Actually, we are trying to provide a specific knowledge to the students in order to enhance the knowledge in terms of priorities of the health system. And for that, actually, we created, it's a 4 modules system that we provided, and it's a completely online platform where we are providing knowledge into sustainable healthcare, into systemic design of the healthcare system, into sustainable management and sustainable products in terms of circularity. And there is one interdisciplinary mode where actually the students are learning from each other, of course with mentors from the private sector and from the university, and they are increasing their knowledge, cooperating in between the academia and the private sector. This is one of this is the second driver of curricular change, and then it's when you're trying to enforce actually a gap into planetary health. And the last one, and that's actually the last results. For the ones who remember, we had actually protests of the students of the University of Barcelona 2 years ago. They blocked the university for, I think, three weeks. For the university was fully blocked, and the students by themselves actually asked for more climate change related topics into which will be mainstreamed into the curricula. Honestly speaking, I thought that, okay, there are guys like me, green tree-hugging friends over there, they're protesting in front of the university, usually utopistic ideas about the end of the earth is coming, etc. However, I was surprised when I saw the analysis by the University of Barcelona. One of the first motivation factors of the students was actually that they are not compatible on the market without the knowledge of climate change. The University of Barcelona did something very nice actually. They expanded climate change into more general topic like sustainability, and honestly speaking, I haven't heard from them for the last year. However, you can see this is from the Guardian, and it says that they promise that from 2024 actually that they will introduce those topics into the mainstream curricula, and this is the last resort when the students will come and put pressure on us. However, I think that this is the only way how we can mainstream planetary health successfully into the postgraduate curricula, not separately, but integrated into the normal curricula of the university. If we are speaking about economics as a study, we are speaking about economics in the frame of the planetary health. And that's the last driver of curricular change, the pressure. Thanks.
That's that. You did excellent. That's exactly what we've been speaking about in hallways also, not just in public, right? So right now for Isabel, just going for straight what Ilya said. There is a need, there is a gap, there is an urgency, but there is also the presence of tensions. And you've identified some tensions regarding the acceptance of planetary health education within environmental education research, especially in Catalonia. So despite local practices, our culture here, international trends, how do you propose we navigate this tension, basically, these academic and institutional barriers to foster greater, faster, better integration and disciplinary transformation? What do you think? What's the solution, actually, after we know what the problem actually is?
Now, I will speak briefly these tensions that I was referring during our first conversation to prepare this roundtable. But before going into the field of environmental education, I would like to speak from a broader perspective from educational sciences. I'm an associate professor here at the Faculty or Department of Psychology and Education Sciences. And I was talking to the head of my department this morning, just asking him, okay, what do we have from Planetary Health master's programs at the, and he was like, nothing. So we were saying, okay, maybe in clinical psychology there is something, but the thing is that from an educational science perspective, from the master programs that we have to train secondary school teachers, in people who is interested in working psychopedagogy, there is nothing, no subjects still yet. And this is something unexpected, because at least in Barcelona and in Catalonia we have this tradition, well, we had this tradition previous to the Civil War of pedagogical approaches that link strongly nature, health and education. We had two schools here in Barcelona, Escola del Bosc, the forest school, and the Escola del Mar, the sea school, that were funded for the children of workers to solve some health problems that they had from the pollution of the industries, factories that we had in Barcelona. Then they were destroyed, and now there is the Escola del Bosc still in Montjuic, but it's running as another public school. But it's curious that in our teachers training programs, we don't put attention still to this. So thinking about why, maybe is it because, and also in environmental education research, this was anecdotic, but I was participating in a meeting with other professors from different education departments from the different Catalan universities to prepare the environmental education conference for next year. And someone proposed to include some citizen science contents focused on health issues, and someone said, but this is not environmental education. So still within a disciplinary body of knowledge and practice that it's interdisciplinary in essence, like environmental education, there are these tensions, no? Maybe one thing is that, no? In our universities there are these very power relationships and strong disciplinary boundaries. Yes, still. But also I think that one thing that we can do from the academy is to change the evaluation criteria for being a professor or researcher, because we still have, when you were showing now in the last presentations all the list of authors in the papers, still in educational sciences, it's undervalued if you have like more than 2 authors in a paper. So interdisciplinarity is not an added value, but it's punished. No? So having these changes in the way that evaluation criteria is conceived in these disciplines could be, yeah.
That is basically also the change in values, right, in morals. That's something that I'm struggling with, in the sense of nothing is going to change until the basis of our system don't change, and those are values and morals of the society, and we have a little bit of a problem there. Thank you very much. Okay, now for Tony Luna, how have your courses in environmental policy, environmental humanities within the program of global studies evolved to integrate or planetary health concepts as part of SDGs, or SDGs in general, right? What kind of interdisciplinary approaches, which are obviously difficult to integrate, have been particularly effective in everything that you've done? Because you've introduced quite some changes that are not easy to introduce. So how did you do it?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes.
A bit of luck?
Yes, patient. Okay, let me tell you a story, because it will be very interesting to understand the different forces that operates at the university. When the Global Studies program started to be designed, they created a multidisciplinary group of people to design the new degree. And there were people from the 5 departments that are involved in the program, that were law, economics, political science, humanities, and communication. Surprising enough, at that time I was department head in humanities, and I'm the only geographer, and I was not invited because they thought global studies is not about geography. Well, my colleagues are very educated, but sometimes they don't know certain things. That's my problem. So they designed a degree without any course in sustainability. Then it was sent to the ACU, to the Agency of Quality, and it was returned. And then the new head of the department called me, please help us. We need a course in sustainability right away, because if not, they will not be approved. And that's the course I'm teaching. And that's why I was involved in that thing. interesting enough, that's the way it works. All the opportunities come that way. Eventually became the head of the coordinator of the Global Studies program, and it was a program that was, despite that failure, it was really well designed. The students, we recruit very good students. The results are amazing year after year. And then we have very good results. The truth is, many of the students, when they graduate, they work into different areas that has to do with environmental health, environmental issues, environmental lobbies, and all sorts of things in different institutions, in Brussels, in London, in Paris, everywhere. So it's a very international program with students going everywhere. Then we decided how to do the, I'll go to my course later, but
no worries, no worries.
Then the second thing, and then you see how those things go back and forth. We decided that the final thesis, this is a program that is mandatory to do a semester abroad. And I always hated, and that's a tendency of many universities around the world, to think the study abroad a way to get rid of the students for a semester. I don't care what you do whatever you want, and then you come back. You can get as drunk as you want, you can have as many lovers as you want, you can do whatever, and then you come back. And I thought, for me, it's part of education, a very, very important part of education. So they have to do a thesis about the country where they spend the semester abroad. And they have to do what is the application of SDG on a particular topic on that country. And so that's what the thesis have to be. So if you go, there will be, the thesis will be next week. You have thesis about every country around the world because they're doing things, many on health, for example. Gender and health is a very strong topic. Different things, very interesting. Some cases, some of the theses have been published in academic journals right away because they're very good quality. So during the years I was in charge of the program, I tried to get very multidisciplinary tutors for the thesis. So we have people from the 5 departments involved in the thesis, both as a tutor and as an examiner afterwards. But then a new group of people is in charge of the program, and they decided, no, this is not working that way. Has to be everyone from humanities department. Now we have theses that are talking about gender, health issues in Latin America, on women, I don't know, whatever. And it's the person who is examining is a philosopher, is an art historian or something like that, has no clue about that. So these things about the power structures always go against this type of interdisciplinary things.
We hate silences, but we hate power structures too, so how do you get out of it?
Well, they got together. The silence is the way to maintain the power. So so that's my little story and my complaint, because I'm fighting against that as I speak right now. So that's the story about global studies, and the truth is the students are demanding more of that. And the structure, we were talking about that with Lela before getting here. Pompeu Fabra also is, although it's a very new university, has now very old-fashioned type of degrees. There's been the same degrees for 30-something years and has not been transformed. A very few of them has been transformed, but we're doing the same thing for the last 30 years. And those things were not, in many cases, that innovative either, just copying whatever all the universities were doing before. Yeah. The problem is that the structure of how the university degrees are organized, they reinforce these type of structures. This type of interdisciplinarity is not good. It's not good for the teacher. It's not good for the researchers because you don't get the publish, because you're publishing this thing. Doesn't count for us, you know, that type of thing. I'm old now, and I just don't care less about my resume, my any of that thing. So I do whatever I like, and I started to think, I don't care about the journals. There are many journals that are very famous, but I'm not interested in them at all. I'm more interested in the teaching and the students. For me, what has been successful is for 4 years in a row, 4 of our students are getting scholarships from La Caixa, for example. 4 of them every year. So it's a scholarship that is only 100 in the country, so it's a really huge success. Curious enough, my dean doesn't mention those things in any of the success results of the things. So, because it's not humanities, it's global studies, they don't like that. So that's the story. So enough for the jokes. So what I'm teaching in the course on geography, environment, and sustainability is the course I've been teaching for almost 10 years now within the Global Studies program, and I'm going to be teaching a new one this next year. What I try to do is know so much about topics, but since it's global studies, I try to tell them, the students, that I think there are two fundamental issues that are being handled globally. One is the environment, with all the sides, health, everything. The environmental issues is one of the few things that is clearly a global agenda from the very beginning. So I try to explain how it became from being a national agenda to become a global agenda, from the Club of Rome all the way to... I'm trying to discuss the difference between development, sustainability, and the difference between sustainability, development, and sustainable development. So trying to talk about this. But I try to talk about the three topics. It's interesting. Some of my some of the students that graduated from me, they come and complain, you are not talking about any of the greenwashing, you are not talking about any of the green growth and all that stuff. I say, well, next time I will include those things. So we are going behind those things. So I try to tell them that it's a very important thing at the global level, and it's very clear that it's a hot topic because many of them are getting jobs in that area. So I don't know if I respond to your question, but I try to explain this little story.
I think you have laid out our lives on the table like we're all living it. You just said it the way it is. Silences are a problem. The interdisciplinarity is a problem. And to be completely honest here, I just want to throw something on the table that we didn't prepare in advance. We didn't talk about it, but this is really important. The people who are driving forward this agenda are the ones who are sacrificing their careers. Because what Tony said right now is we don't write. We don't have time to write. We do not engage in the politics and power struggles and everything. You write, you issue books, but you don't compete for journals anymore, because before my first work in sustainability in law was accepted, I needed to write 4 years in a row before they said this was law. But then the Green Deal came out and all of a sudden that was law. But before it was not law, so I was rejected everywhere until I was accepted everywhere. It's a real struggle, basically, to get it implemented. So I just want to put my gratitude out here also to Josep Maria and also to Cristina here for being the pioneers, because they will never be at the forefront of whatever this race for excellence is, but they will change the whole system just by pushing the way they are. Anyways, last but not least, sorry, we took forever to come to you. So you have new bachelor's degree on sustainability management. I was clapping with my ears when I read that, like really. How do you embed all of this interrelated topics, but they're still separate in silos? So this nexus of biosphere, society, economy that is supposed to be separate, but it's actually together. So how do you deal with the interdisciplinary tension, and how do you kind of reconcile it all in some coherent program that works and fits everyone, as much as academics as the students at the end of the day? How did you do that? Specifically a bachelor, that's not easy. So
Vale. So, yeah, no, it's not a presentation. Just it was a mess, so I could not prepare anything. But well, first of all, I mean, here at work we are launching a new degree. It's not a postgraduate degree; it's a graduate degree on sustainability management, digital transformation and environment. And precisely is a degree that tries a little bit to break up the disciplinary tradition of degrees in Spain. So we still don't know how it will go because it's a new thing. So actually it will start in September. So we are already receiving new students, and for the time being, it looks good so far. But it's a kind of risky. It's trial and error. It's a kind of risky bet of the university, and I have kind of gratitude to my department. I mean, I'm not an economist by training. I come from environmental sciences, political ecology, and geography. I was trained in a geography department at Autónoma, so I found here at work a kind of a very heterodox, let's say, environment, while at the same time there was no sustainability training at all. In master's level a little bit, I am talking about my department, but not in undergrad. And yeah, and this kind of new degree is started by redefining what economics should teach students in the 21st century. And actually this degree is a kind of, it keeps a dialogue with economics. Actually, I designed it together with another professor in economy, and precisely it has a lot of teaching and courses on conventional and heterodox economics. So it has both conventional microeconomics, macroeconomics, but also ecological economics, environmental economics. It has economics of the digital transformation, and also the digital perspective came into the equation on the one hand because of the twin transitions, which to some extent was the mainstream discourse a couple of years ago. Now it's less that. But in any case, what it's true, and also by talking with professional sector, working environment, and also in business management, is that it's difficult to think about sustainability transitions without understanding the challenges and opportunities that digitalization is bringing to organizations. So kind of digital transformation is a kind of the context, and we do not depart from a kind of techno-determinist or perspective, although we acknowledge the opportunities it may bring. But at the same time, we also understand that it's critical to have critical students that know the trade-offs between the green and the digital transition. And a little bit is the purpose of this degree. We will see how it works. But also, as we had this freedom to design whatever we wanted, we included planetary health as a subject in the second or third year, because as you may know, by the standards of ACU, you have to design materias, which are groups of subjects. So we have basically the economy and management of sustainability, then analysis of sustainability, another managing sustainability at the organizational level. And in the analysis of sustainability precisely, we have a kind of very eclectic perspective, and we include planetary health, which I guess Christina hopefully will design it.
No pressure.
Or Rita, I don't care.
Now I understand why you accepted to participate. Second, it is like which Christina will so kindly design.
No, we already talked with your department at some point when. But in any case, I think this is an interesting avenue because it's a very interdisciplinary degree. Almost every single department here at work contributes: communication, IT, health. You say no, but you will. Psychology. Law, business, so it's a kind of new thing. We will see how it works, but I think through this kind of degrees, both undergrad or postgrad, we are breaking some disciplinary silos, and let's see what emerges out of that.
Well, it's a trial and error, right?
Yes,
This is
sure.
a transition time, so that's one thing that we heard during the day and in other events. Like, let's not expect that we're going to go from system A to system B in one day. It's a transition. We're going to try, we're going to fail, we're going to succeed. That's exactly what it is. So thank you, everyone, for now. If you allow me to summarize and then open the floor for any questions. So I really like the ECO's strong start of saying when there's a need, when there's a gap, and when there's absolute urgency. And I think we have the three right now. Regarding climate sciences and in general the transition towards a more sustainable economy, like they're all three of them are here. Then Isabel spoke about the shock of the absolute lack of recognition of our dependency on natural systems and planetary health in all fields, like we're still ignoring the fact that we do depend completely on natural systems. Tony then spoke about the breaking of silos and requiring interdisciplinarity in an entrenched system that doesn't allow us to break those silos, which is a really big task, but once the wheels start moving, it's a little bit easier step by step to start creating a new system. And then Hug right now at the end talked about the challenges, but also the opportunities of creating and inserting a new undergraduate degree to deal with all of those needs and gaps of the market in an interdisciplinary manner, which is a try, test and try example, right? So thank you so much for bearing with us, but now obviously I open the floor for any comments and questions from anyone. Thank you. We do understand that you're super tired. It is actually seen, so no worries. If there are no questions over a coffee break at a certain point or over email, no problem.
Is it on? Is it on? Yeah, it's on. Perfect. So thanks a lot for those insights. I agree to most points, and I know from a similar setting in policy that silo problematic, and my question is, yeah, how to call that exactly? There's two approaches. One is to condense planetary health, for example, can be any topic, to one setting and bring in all the experts from all silos and be there at one stage, like in conferences, like in big, like now the upcoming COP, the Conference of Parties, and then everyone talks about it and then brings it back to their respective silo and tries to implement it. And then there's the other approach that tries to have that same topic already in their silos, but then it can tend to, you lose track eventually, like what is happening in each silo without having frequent contact between those silos. And that is exactly, I feel, happening at the moment for the next European Public Health Conference in Finland, when the European Commission is also coming. They will be having talks about One Health and Planetary Health and Climate and Health in different plenaries, but there won't be one single one where everyone will be talking about the same topic. So my question to you would be, what's your experience with this? What would be the better approach, or is there a third approach that is even better than those two?
I have an answer that you're not gonna like. The only thing that works is both things at the same time, and we're all exhausted. But it's the only way that it actually works. Working inside of your silos, understanding the limits. For instance, I'm from law. I didn't explain. I'm from law. It was pure hell to get anything regarding sustainability on the table until the commission said, yeah, well, we should. And then everybody was up for it. But sustainability law was not a thing in 2018 when I finished my PhD. Like, they were laughing at me for having a PhD in sustainability and law. So you have to observe your own silos to be able to help inside of your own silos to break the barriers. But you also need to take your knowledge and take the knowledge of that silos outside and mingle with everyone and create this joint interdisciplinary cluster of knowledge, which grows, and they teach you, and then you come back. It's exhausting, but nothing else, in my opinion, in my experience, has worked than combining the two and hoping for the best. My 2 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. I'm happy to see that there's an environmental scientist leading a new degree about sustainability management, because since I finished my career also in the Autónoma on 1999, so a long time ago, and I had to spend my last 10 years in the corporate world, I have seen dozens of sustainability directors, how to say it properly, that they don't know much and understand much about environment. So it's like, it's frustrating because it's like having a sustainability director with a lot of power, a lot of budget, talking about we have to recycle. A discourse of the 90s or the 80s. So I'm glad to see that at the end, the ones who studied environmental sciences a long time ago, we will have somehow the possibility to co-opt again the sustainability concept that somehow we lost. Understanding that sustainability means lots of things now. I hope it doesn't happen with planetary health. Sustainability means dozens of things, but sustainability management has been co-opted by other professionals, which I don't want to blame of anyone, but still it's a loss of opportunity, a lack of opportunity to have this kind of professionals who are oriented to other things and they don't have, unfortunately, much experience. So, and the other thing is why, and this is something that I don't understand too, but why don't we evolve the old careers, the old degrees into something that can be useful? Because I studied environmental health a long time ago too, and still, no, how we also don't review our own degrees to evolve. I know that's a curriculum, there's lots of, mandatory things that maybe there are stoppers for that, but just a question. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. I think you are completely right in the diagnosis and precisely in our attempt, and this is a kind of humble attempt because we totally say that we are not doing a degree on environmental sciences per se because we don't have labs, we don't have biology, so but in any case we think that it's crucial that profiles that are more interested in economics or business management that to some extent will have to deal and decide about those things have a more informed training and a kind of more plural and critical training, not just reproducing some very basic stuff that they don't even understand or do not know where it comes from. And we try to do that through this kind of degree, and precisely is a question that I also pose to myself, why, I don't know, environmental sciences in other universities we are not going to name, but why is not evolving as fast as it should and it's about reproduction of departments. I mean, at the end of the day, every single department needs to have a quota to reproduce their positions and justify. So at the end of the day, it's very difficult to make intervention, especially in degrees such as environmental sciences. At Autónoma, maybe there are over 20 departments, or I don't know how many at UB or in any single university. So it's very difficult to make interventions to change substantially some things. So we identify a gap and an opportunity there, and that's why I propose to some extent to do that. It's risky, it may work, it may not work. Students also have very different profiles than what you can have in Pompeu, or we have a kind of different target. We will see how it works, but I think it may complement other trainings that are already offered in different universities.
Try to answer you. First, it's very nice to speak with somebody who has a very similar career as I had. I started my involvement in environment 27 years ago as a physics student, and it's not the same, I have to say. At the very beginning, if you remember, all the environmental managers were considered freaks. They were employed only if the big companies had to, or if the companies actually thought that that's kind of cool. They had zero budgets, but they don't know what to do with them. But that was 25 years ago. Then they actually fixed the environmental related positions. They were fixed mainly into communication departments. But as the urgency is actually growing, I think that this will change. And the latest trend is the latest trend of the future environmental related positions will be implementation. Take a look at the new Horizon projects. There's zero in terms of strategic development and methodologies. It's only about implementation. And everybody who actually forced those directors to have net zero pledges in climate change, now the deadline is coming is 2030 or 2035. Everybody thought, okay, I will buy guarantees of origin, but there's not enough. I will outsource my emissions, but it's not enough. Now we are coming actually into the most urgent period of this kind of curricular development, which is real implementation. Whether we will have enough time, I don't think so. And the only thing how we can change the curricula is most likely we would have to change our societal values. As long as we are having the plain economy and material wealth is considered the most important, I don't see any possible change. And as a generation, even though I'm not that young, but I would have to say that my generation failed. We didn't provide enough change. Everybody is actually very mad about Trump lately, about taking out the signature from the Conference of Parties for the second time. But I'm saying that Trump is actually just a consequence of unsuccessful negotiation for 30 years. So that means we failed and we allowed Trump to come and to do what he did.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more question.
Short question. Any thoughts, reflections on the politics of planetary health education?
No, I'm not a specialist on that topic. I was thinking on the previous discussion on how these things evolve when the environmental people has to be involved in when the environment agenda was started to be implemented. So they started to hire people that has no environmental background or a very brief environmental background. And I was thinking it's very, very similar what happens with the gender agenda. So just put women in front of it, although they didn't have any background on gender issues. So they were there only because they were women. That happens a lot. Now things have changed, so there's a much more evolving, there's different people that are becoming specialists on those topics. And I think I'm not really familiar with what's the politics of planetary health, but I think, at least in Spain, the divide between the health professionals and the people who is not health professional is so huge, and then we don't interact with each other, that there's no way we can find a common agenda, although we can contribute to each other. There are very few people. My daughter is a doctor, and she doesn't I think she likes me, I suppose, but she doesn't respect what I do as a scientist as much as I do what she does, because there's this hierarchy of sciences, and health in here is very clear. And I think something that we need to clarify. We do different type of sciences, but we do sciences everywhere. So we cannot talk about politics until we not solve that huge gap that we have between one another. And that happens even at high school level. So they decided that the students are smart, they do science. The students are not smart, they do humanities. And honestly, humanities is not easier than doing science. It's different. It's a different type of a skill, but that's the way it works. I don't know if I'm responding to your question. But
just to add something to finish with a more positive. No, based on the experience of the Master in Planetary Health, it's interesting because there are many doctors working with children who are super interested in environmental issues and have been collaborating also with social scientists and environmental sciences, although I completely agree with you, but I guess, like always, no, the grassroots, the community base, the small scale, let's say, collaborations can build and being scale up and transform things at other levels.
I think to stick to the time, we should leave it here. So thank you for participating in this last session. But before we leave, I'll be very rapid, just to finalize with some concluding remarks of this afternoon. I think we start afternoon session just seeing that there is a growing interest in planetary health that has been accompanied by an increasing number of programs in the field, and that despite the silos and the difficulties in working between different disciplines, we see that there is more connection between different universities and programs working in the topic of planetary health. Planetary health. Sorry, I think we're all... It's time to finish. Okay. We see that some of the programs, they share similar topics. System thinking, inter and transdisciplinarity have been topics that have been repeated during the whole day. But we've also seen that there are important differences in the programs that have been presented today, which it's nice to see that they respond to the different needs and different profiles of people interested in planetary health. When talking with the graduates of the programs in planetary health, we see that despite being in different levels of career and having experienced very differences in corporations in the labor market, they have all faced similar challenges. Some of them including the problem that the labor market does still seem to be looking for specialists, when we know that what we need to solve the problems in planetary health is more people with a generalistic training, able to have a broader look to the problems we are facing. Another problem that they seem to face is the barrier that societies do not want to embrace the change that we need. So probably more skills in science diplomacy, knowledge transfer and advocacy are needed in our programs. And finally, when talking with this very nice final panel, the problem of silos and power structures is still a problem in universities, but trying to finish with a positive message, I think it's nice to see that we have a bunch of people trying to break those silos and work together to promote planetary health. I think it's time to leave it here. Thank you very much for joining, especially, well, people online as well, but especially those who traveled to be here today in person. And, well, we hope to invite you for a third edition in the coming years. Thank you.